good afternoon everyone, and welcome to the first stage of Game Changers Southeast Asia playoffs. It's only day one, but these teams have already had a lot of exciting matches during open qualifiers just to get to this point. From returning representatives to fresh new faces, and even former teammates, everyone seems to be stepping it up here on the big stage. But before I keep yapping, I'm Maggie Karp, I'll be one of your hosts today, and joining me is our lovely, dreamy, beautiful expert of all things APAC, Victoria Chang.
Oh my god, what an intro. Can we have her as a host like all the time? I love it. Thank you. And welcome to your first Game Changers hosting.
Thank you.
Also, yeah, happy to be here. Happy to be here with you. I'm like, it's such an honor.
It's an honor to be here too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna notice like your mic.
My
I
mic?
don't know if any of you guys in chat can hear it.
Is that okay?
It's breaking up a little bit. Give us a second, chat, while we
Oh, no.
we do this.
My bad. Is it still breaking up?
I think it's okay now. I think it's okay. Shall we go on with the show?
Are we good? All right. How are you feeling about today's matches, Victoria?
Pretty excited. You know, we saw some really cool things last year in Game Changers with Team SMG going really deep into the championships, representing APAC. But this year, there are a lot of changes for Game Changers. I think we've been split up by region. So now it's just Game Changers SEA. And we have, I believe, 3 slots to go into Game Changers Pacific, which is cool. Yeah, so I think, you know what, the best thing to explain this is probably a video, right?
Yeah.
The format.
So let's move on to that.
This is the VALORANT Game Changers SEA 2024. There will be 2 stages this year, Stage 1 and Stage 2. There will be an open in each stage and a group stage in Stage 2. The top 4 winners of Stage 1 will be seeded into Stage 2's group stage. The opens for Stage 1 will be held from the 26th to the 29th of March, and the playoffs will be from April 1st to the 5th. The opens for Stage 2 will be held in early July, followed by the group stage and playoffs. In Stage 1 Open, the top 8 teams will proceed to playoffs, and the top 4 teams will be seeded into the group stage of Stage 2. Stage 1 has a total prize pool of $10,000. In Stage 2 Open, the top 12 teams and the top 4 from Stage 1 playoffs will be seeded into group stage. The group stage consists of 4 teams of 4, and the top 2 teams of each group will proceed to playoffs. Stage 2 has a $10,000 prize pool. Visit gamechangers.fsl.gg for more information for VALORANT Game Changers SEA 2024.
All right. So here we have the roadmaps.
Yeah.
What do you have to say about this, Victoria?
Yeah, so we were just talking about this a bit earlier. This is different than last year where there are only 2 stages instead of 3. And what's incredible is we started with like 60 teams and it's whittled down to this. That happened just now over the last week in Stage 1 Open. And now we are today's the very first day of playoffs. And the top 4, this is going to be double elimination. The top 4 are going to go into the upper bracket and the bottom 4 will move to lowers in a best of 3. The finals will be a best of 5, and then from there, the top 4 teams are going to proceed to Stage 2 groups in July. And from there, 3 teams from SEA will be representing at Game Changers Pacific. Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting. I mean, we only have 8 teams now. Again, it was from 60
teams, yeah, to like the top 8,
which is crazy. It's like so much happened during the Swiss format. The Swiss format similar to round robin, but no players were eliminated. We just get the scores from the top 8 teams. And while a lot of these names are new, I think a lot of the players in these qualified teams are very familiar in the Game Changer scene. So yeah, some of these names are really cute.
We have Sipto Esports, which is the ex-SMG roster. I think everyone's crowd favorite right now. And,
yeah, definitely. I think they're kind of the expected to win. In Swiss stages, I think it was a dominant. They won every single.
Yeah, they didn't drop a single map.
I don't know what their weakness is gonna be. They'll be playing Mommy's Little Kitten today, and I think there are a lot of newer-ish faces or unfamiliar faces. Ooh, and
have a total of $10,000 for the prize pool of stage 1.
Money's great. Money's great.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, you know.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, winner gets the lion's share of the $10,000 prize pool. I think there's another prize pool for split 2 as well, for stage 2 rather. So yeah, I think all 8 teams gets to go home with something, which is always great.
Everyone's a winner here.
Yeah, so I think Hello again. It's always lovely to see you on camera. Yeah, so I think today for the very first match, we have Mommy's Kittens and Zipto, and you know, like you pointed out, Zipto is probably the favorites to win. They have a majority of the SMG roster there, and Mommy's Kittens, a lot of the players, you know, they played in Game Changers before. Actually, this is not their first Game Changers, but it's great because this time they are in fourth place in the opens. So I think this must be very exciting them to even, you know, to be ranked this highly this time around where before they were already eliminated in the opens. So it's really cool.
Cat fight here.
Yeah. No, yeah, actually. Kittens.
Yeah, the
fight?
Kittens versus Sipto with their cat logo.
Yeah, the logos are always really fun for Game Changers. I feel like there's always something. They're always like quirky names and logos that you just wouldn't see in like, the franchise.
I was not expecting to see a team called Mommy's Little Kittens.
Yeah, I want to know the origin of that. If they win today and we have a winner's interview, I think we're gonna have to ask that. That is 100% something I want to see.
Oh. So we're gonna show you guys some of the clips from the watch parties of the open qualifiers now.
But the positioning for the side of Team Lilith are really good as RNG takes down Nico. They might be taking 2 down. A boombot explodes. Is there a follow-up kill? Exchanging of gunfire. They're gonna be getting a 2K and a 4K coming from RNG.
Oh, Tofi! What a takedown! Oh my god! You. Oh!
Piffle trying to contest on towards that boathouse angle, peeking out. Oh, a little too overzealous here as Yu-chan is absolutely popping off.
Probably gonna rush out again. Tofi is gonna get a good scan in. Using an Odin takes out Sunny Dippo with Pew Pew.
Yihua in the process. Good backup from VVV. They're playing ping pong at this point. 3v2. Tina pops the tailwind, but VVV is such a monster to move in a good position. Oh, Psycho and Pocket, both stealing 1 kill. H Psycho as well, terrorizing with the operator. Oh, she gets the flick. Looking for the third one. It's a 1v1 now. Time is ticking. Not much time. What the hell was that, Pocket?
Instantly pre-fires there.
Oh my.
Gets 1.
Oh!
Gets 2! Shirazi clutches! Alexei now gonna find all 3! 1, 2, 3! Alexei! 3 kills! And with the new uplink, now Cypher knows where they are. And there's 3! Alexei popping off with Camille! Flawless!
Just finished everybody off from the flank.
Oh, here, Envy taking out Pocket already. Envy taking out Sammy, but Jonah taking out Milky. Envy taking out Psycho. Envy doing a 4th kill. Envy gets an ace!
Envy
gets an ace!
Informasi masuk dari dalam smoke. Ada 2 orang. Ditembak aja. Terkena timing oleh Mandu. Kelihatan berdua mereka. Hanya sekarang double tap. informasi masuk bahwa ada satu orang di daerah elbow yang berada di backside. Standby untuk mendelete 2 orang sekaligus. Dilakukan backup sama Rice.
Good flash by Zandy. Oh my god, 1v4. Oh my god. Oh no.
Casper gets 1, Casper gets 2. Trade on by FNX Angle. FNX Angle gets 1 more. Good flash by Kohabi. Do they know about the flash? It's just straight up. Oh no man, there's a spike. I was like, this is a shit of disrespect. Oh my god.
Alexi takes out Casper right off the bat, but Rainy was the up in heaven is clean. Gets a third for herself from the round. For Zipto. Oh my god, Rainy is absolutely filthy with it. The 4th coming out from Kamiyu.
Rolling Thunder keluar, Kamiyu crowded step ke arah depan untuk menghindari Rolling Thunder. Kamiyu mendapatkan 2. 2v1 situation. Kamiyu dapat 3. Terakhir Rainy.
Okay, so here we have our brackets for today, and we're starting off with the first match of Mommy's Kittens.
Mommy's little kittens.
Mommy's Little Kittens.
Yeah, so it's going to be kind of brutal for the lower brackets today. This is also happening right now on stream on the FSL Discord. So if you guys want to watch it, it's an elimination round for those 4 teams. But you know, here on the main broadcast, we're going to watch Zipto and Mommy's Little Kittens first. And the next match after is going to be Boba and Money first. These names are so crazy. Yeah, but they get to continue on. If you know, whoever loses today, and it's not over for them, they get to move on to, you know, the lowers.
The lower bracket, yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be okay, right, Maggie? It'll be okay for these teams.
It'll be okay. Have their second chance at it. And those clips got me really excited to watch today's matches. We're really hyped.
Yeah, those clips are cool. So the opens typically aren't on broadcast, so it was really nice that all of these streamers decided to co-stream it and, you know, share some of the crazy moments. These girls are crazy. I feel like every year, right? Like they just level up. Yeah, so I'm very excited about this very first matchup of today.
Yep, especially the first match. So, what maps are you excited to see today?
You know what? That's a great question. In Game Changers, I often see a lot of Ascent. A lot. I think our casters today can definitely attest to that too. So I want to see Sunset. I want to see Icebox. I want to see Breeze. I want to see all the maps that we don't get to see enough of. The newer maps. That said, you know, the maps I want to see incidentally are Mommy's Little Kittens stronger maps. Lotus, Icebox, Breeze. I know that Zipto has been playing a bit of Sunset as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really excited too. And we won't get to see Clove today though, right?
Yeah, no Clove today.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Clove
Would've been
is not
fun.
in yet. Yeah. I think when Clove is in later this year, it'll be a lot of fun. And in these two rosters is going to be pretty stacked as well. Let's see the team lineups, right?
Yeah, let's go. So here we are, All-Star Zipto Esports.
Yeah, Zipto is, man, they're all SMG. They were there in Brazil. They're the ones who push all the way. You know, there are representatives, they're champions of Game Changers APAC last year. They were first place in opens with like a perfect 6-0 score. And Tara, this is different now. So Tara is in as their IGL. That's like a complete shift from last year. Kohibi is still in Game Changers, but she's on a different team now. So I'm really curious to see how they're gonna fare this time around. But on Mommy's Little Kitten side, I can't say, I feel so weird saying Mommy's Little Kitten, but yeah, I mean, these are familiar faces too. We've definitely seen MVS and Samfire go in like a little deeper in Game Changers, but a lot of these other players, they have competed before, but yeah, haven't really passed open. So it's very exciting that they placed 4th place this time. But I'm pretty sure it's kind of daunting to go against a team like Zipto for your very first playoff
Everyone in
game.
Zipto is like their own MVP. So
Yeah.
I'd be terrified. But I'm sure mommy's little kittens can put up a fight here.
Yeah, they have had a really great scoreline coming in as well. The only team they lost to was Zipto, actually.
Yeah,
So,
actually.
Yeah, this could turn in their favor. I think you just have to be kind of confident going against a super ultra competent team like Zipto, who's also very experienced. Yeah, so we're looking at our 2 duels here. Aneri is a superstar duelist. When she was on Alter Ego Celeste, that was the first time I really noticed her. On the Jet, she was amazing. But we see her play, the range now, not just Jet. We see her on Raze as well. And Elfie is the primary duelist for Mommy's Kittens. She plays a lot of Jet, Reyna, even Neon. And that's cool too. We don't see a lot of Neon happening at Game Changers.
That's true.
In fact, yeah, even with the franchise teams, we don't see Neon a lot. So I don't know, but
or ISO.
Yeah, or ISO. I don't know if he's gonna appear today.
Are we gonna get an ISO game today? Maybe
that would be cool. What do you want to see? Yeah, ISO. I want to see ISO.
That'd be interesting. It's like an ego pick, you know?
Yeah, I want to see some ego here at Game Changers. But yeah, ISO has not been played on a competitive level ever. So yeah, but at least we got Neon today. So we got our Philippines agent, which is great.
We pride.
Yeah.
Oh, Icebox. First
We
map.
got map picks. Yeah, Icebox.
Oh.
So they banned Bind. Oh, there's no Sunset. That's fine. I'll take that. So Icebox Lotus splits. We already, like we mentioned before, Icebox and Lotus is actually a really strong map for Mommy's Little Kittens, but they did play Lotus against Zipto, and Zipto.
Yeah.
It was like a 13-3 Zipto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely demolished in Lotus.
Yeah, so it's going to be a bit tough. But you know what? Statistically,
But maybe they learned from that.
Yes, exactly. Statistically speaking, teams that have won or lost the first time around, when they rematch, they win the second time around. I don't know what the psychology is behind that, but that seems to be the trend across the board, no matter what level you're playing at, which is cool. And Split, we've seen it from Zipto already. They didn't play it against Mommy's Little Kittens, but I guess we'll see. Do you think it's gonna go to map 3?
Yeah, no, I'm not sure though, because those are some of their best maps. So
Yeah.
I want to put my a little faith on Mommy's Little Kittens, but it's just too strong right now. What do you think?
It's gonna be hard because I agree. It's kind of against the odds right now for Mommy's Little Kittens. I don't want to, sound discouraging of it, but if we're just talking purely historically speaking, that roster, that ex-SMG roster, also had a dominant run last year. I think they maybe dropped one map, maybe. I can't remember exactly, but they definitely nearly 2-0'd everything, and it's the same thing coming into playoffs this time. So this could be the change though, and I think it's good for all the teams to be challenged a lot. So whoever wins or loses today, I think they're going to gain a lot of experience from facing up against each other, because I think all the players have leveled up, even though all the team names are different. A lot of the rosters are different. There's roster shuffling around, but a lot of the players are familiar, and you can see them getting better and better every single year, which is really, really cool thing about Game Changers.
So how do you feel about the former SMG team since their changes?
I am curious to see how Tara is going to be IGLing. She was on SMG previously, so she's not new to the team. She's definitely familiar with them. But I'm sure she has a very different IGL style than Kohaibi. Kohaibi is super experienced IGLing, and I'm pretty sure there's a very distinct style that comes with that. So I can't say right now, but how their play style will be affected, but for sure, whatever it is, they still keep winning. And it was like you said, I think the fact that each of them individually are their own superstar, that probably helps carry them forward. This is like a super team.
It is. So, do you think anyone can topple the dominance of the old SMG roster or Sipto Esports? If yes, who would it be?
Oh yeah, I think so. I think we could see that coming from Boba that's playing later today. Boba has Ayumi and Aluka, also like superstar duelist players. They're crazy. A lot of these girls are crazy. They can murder people in game with such style and pizzazz, especially on their jets and raises. So I think Boba could stand a really good chance. Every single one of these teams, the top 8 teams, only Zipto has that perfect 6-0. All these other teams have only lost one match, and it was to
Zipto. So,
yeah, and it's pretty dominant, right? Like each of their wins have been very dominant. I think Boba maybe was one of the closer ones, and they're more familiar playing against this roster. So I think it's really, I don't know if it comes down to just anti-stratting or just raw firepower that comes with from Zipto's roster. Yeah,
they're too strong, man. They're like the raid bosses of this tournament right now.
Yeah, they are. They're basically the raid bosses, and everyone's like leveling up every single year. And it's crazy because a lot of them, I mean, it was old Alter Ego Celeste, SMG. We see a lot of these teams have kind of like merged, like kind of found their place into where Zipto is now, and it's pretty cool. I think Mommy's Little Kittens is a predominantly Singaporean roster, which for me, obviously in Singapore, that's really nice to see a lot of Singaporean players. But Zipto, they have some really strong Philippines representation there.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're gonna be picking for these maps.
Yeah, the agent compositions. I'm very curious as well.
Oh, Gecko.
Okay. This is Icebox. Oh, this is... Okay, so Mommy's Little Kittens, I noticed they seem to like to play a lot of double duelist comps, so they're gonna follow that trend here. And Alexi is gonna be on the Jets, and Aneri instead will be on the Gecko, which we've seen a lot of as well. They're really strong duelists or secondary duelists or primary duelists. If they're not the duelists, they're on Gecko. Gecko is... I never expected Gecko to be such an incredible agent.
I personally love the KO and Gecko pick on Icebox. I think it's really great for taking sites and helping your duelist as well.
Definitely. They're kind of set up for really aggressive plays here, and from Zipto's side, which is not surprising at all.
Not surprising, yeah. They're known for being very aggressive in their play styles. And what are your predictions for this, actually?
I don't know. I don't predict based on, like teams you might want to win or might want to win. I think it's so hard to not say Zipto, right?
That's true. It's hard because statistically speaking, Zipto will dominate this. We'll see.
Who do you think? Who do you think will be runner-up, or maybe give Zipto a little run for their money?
Boba.
Yeah,
Boba? I'd say Boba.
Yeah. I think experience comes into play here, especially when you've been on a global stage. The more you compete, really, it's like the more reps you get in with the games, the more experience you have, and you kind of understand. It's a different game than ranked, right? So I think being on the competitive stage is just, it's very different.
All right, so here we have our casters, Dax and Zach, to join us today, and yeah.
Thank you so much there, Maggie and Victoria. We are back for another year of Game Changers. And Zach, you know how great it is to be in SEA yet again. First things first though, I'm Dax here with Zach. And of course, if you guys have been watching the Game Changer circuit, you guys should know Zach, not just here in APAC or SCA. She's also in EMEA, and it's good to see you back on this side of the world, Zach.
Oh, thank you, VCTPH caster. Of course. I mean, if you watch APAC at all, you know Dax by now. So I think that we've done enough gassing each other up across both the analyst desk and the caster panel today. So Icebox, Dax, you know, we looked at the agent compositions here, and personally, talking about Mommy's Kittens, they've gone for a very spicy pick with that Reyna.
No. You didn't say it correctly, Zach. You know that they have a... Yeah, there you go. Little.
I'm sorry.
It's the keyword there. And we'll see if we can actually integrate that later on. I do have to say, though, you're right. Icebox is a very interesting map pick, especially because Sipto Esports has not played it in the Open Qualifier. And looking back all the way to the SMG history, in Open 1, it's a vastly different configuration with what they're running today. But as we're going to be moving into the game, I think really the question right now is, can Sipto Esports repeat the same kind of dominance that they did as Team SMG from last year?
I'm just gonna state the figures here. 34-0. That's what they were last year throughout their run in, well, last year was Game Changers 8-5. This year it's SCA. Same name, different different name, same thing, blah blah blah. You know how it feels. But that said, like you mentioned, Dax, they had a super dominant run last year, just not losing a single serious threat, and they're on track to do it this year as well. Of course, like our lovely analyst desk did mention, Mommy's Kittens are a team that is also undefeated except for their one loss against Zipto, and I think that one of their games actually was a little bit of a problem due to a technical deficit, so this is their chance for revenge.
Yeah, Maggie played it really well a while ago. The raid boss of Game Changers, Sipto, is right now. If you want to be talking about gassing people up, let's gas up this team a little bit more because we're getting into the game. They've only dropped 4 maps in the APAC scene last year, losing out a few of them to Full Set Sapphire. 4th place in the championship itself. And now first contact with a new face on back. Tara returning into active competition, but Envious is a familiar name to many. She gets in there towards B, and it's Mommy's Kittens who's actually gotten into B site.
Yeah, that mid to B split just doing really well for them, working wonders as they get that first pick. Of course, Shirazi there for the re-clear towards mid, able to find a kill of her own and looking to do a bit more damage. So Mommy's able to get the spike down, yes, but now this retake, it's already on an area with the flash, tries to go for the swing, but the shot doesn't quite connect. Alexi though with the Sheriff able to find one more of her own 2v2 situation. Spike is down and there is a Viper Orb on it.
Shirazi looking to go for the tap, bait out some of the peaks. Frequent Dart is the play. Shirazi though on the board, and we're left to a 1v1. Shirazi now trying to get halfway. The shock dart though can be critical. 18 HP left. Trying to stay alive. Shirazi now. You know it's her birthday. It's gonna be a good gift for Sipto to get a good start. But no, Sapphire denies it. And it's Mommy's Kitten who does get the first round.
Mommy's little kittens take the pistol away, and what a pistol it was. They were aware that mid does tend to be a spot that is a little bit understated here, and Tara, of course, taking that first contact, going down is just so difficult when your Killjoy goes down like that, because it leaves you with so much less control and information across mid, so just making the task a little bit harder on this retake, and overall the positioning throughout this round by Mommy's Kittens was pretty phenomenal in terms of trading as well.
And exciting, really. Mommy's Kittens, there are familiar names that we saw from last year, especially during the LCQ run, Zap. Remember the names of Sapphire and Envious from MLT, right? If I remember correctly. And
you are
they
correct,
performed so well during the LCQ, kind of faltered coming into Elite, but now with a new roster, which was just formed in a single month, thanks to our incredible Ron in the back, giving us that information. They do feel very acclimated one another. Tara up top does get still on Envious. It's MKS. There's Pigruto getting a catch. The anti-eco looking possible, but then suddenly Tara finding 2 frags with the Sheriff. Sipto fighting back, and Eri 2 chipping in now.
Yeah, it's just Sheriffs across the board. Sapphire left in the clutch here. 1v3, but again, the angle held by Tara. The Sheriff headshot. Yeah, it's just pristine here, cleaning house, and the anti-eco is stolen away here by Zipto with nothing but the Sheriffs. So they're going to be happy to walk away with a couple of bulldogs for free here. You can see the gun shuffle really being thrown around. And of course, I think Zipto in that round, right? It was just the positioning that Tara held. That off angle with the Sheriff, it completely demolished this attack, and of course this up-down high-low setup. It was just impossible for Mommy's Kittens to recover after those first 3 kills.
Yeah, Eco goes crazy there for Sipto, and this always proves that there's such a threat. I do feel like it's a little bit interesting they put Alexi now on the Jet, but we've seen a number of duelist players actually flex on over to the Gecko, an initiator that you can swing off your own kind of utility for contact, and Neri. It'll be very interesting how that's going to work out down the line. But MKS, they're the ones in trouble here. They got Eco a while ago. Gonna have to run into Shirazi here.
Yeah, Bladestorm not really close to coming up to play, so it's just gonna have to be the contact plays. That said, the Sapphire is one off of the Hunter's Fury, so that could be really useful in that post plant if it comes down to it. But for that, the spike has to go down. I'm already looking at the B side Zipto. They have a lot of resources at play here. One way, the Nanoswarm as well to try and take some contact. It's gonna be quite a bit of damage done to Shirazi. Will be able to stay alive, but only has 5 HP, so it does seem like MKS, they're reconsidering whether they really want to aggress further into this B site, knowing that there's at least 2 or 3 players here.
Yeah, they're making noise towards mid too. And Neri watching the cross itself. Elfie, the rest of MKS looking to actually challenge this instead. And the double back now to go over onto B, but Sipto, they're not falling for it. I am a bit concerned though, still putting Shirazi in an aggressive position towards yellow. She might die simply because of one of those pistols. MKS crawling now. Pace a little slow. The turret
30
confirms
seconds
the contact.
left.
Lexi now lobbing the Cloud Burst to make it difficult for the cross. But still, Envious in position. LP save can be said. And that's my concern here for Sipto. But the gun power is just way too much to handle in the second line. Here comes Sipto now, ready to receive one more kill. And there you go, they get the second round.
I mean, that round from Zipto, it was really well played because you saw that rotation over towards that B side where they had 4 players, and because of that aggressive angle that Inari was moving towards mid to catch these rotations, it just ensured that they could concentrate all of their resources and fight head on, which is exactly what you saw happening. Like, although MKS were able to get those first couple of kills, right? Immediate swing and refrag coming in from Kamiyu and Tara, make that round, once again, just wrap up in a nice little bow tie for us for the side of Zipto. Look, I'm sorry if I say SMG for the first few days here, because I'm so used to it, okay? I'm sorry. It's been a whole year of it.
It's all good. Same can be said for me. In my head, it's still Team SMG. And I think if you look back at that history too, Zach, I want to bring up that even though we haven't seen Tara for a while, some people might have forgotten that she's still an open champion. She was there for Open 1 before Inari got into the roster. And while she did take that break, she is still at the same level of play with the rest of the Sipta roster right now. And she's top fragging for good reason.
Yeah, I mean, when that squad was put together last year, Tara coming in just does have that long experience as a player as well, all the way back those years with Alter Ego. But that said here, Zipto, I mean, apart from the experience that they already have, they've also invested in this operator. They have the Gecko ready to go, 2 off of the null command as well. So just a lot of ultimates or close to duration ultimates that could come into play here. Early flash from Inari does try to get a little bit more positioning, but with that Dizzy being instantly broken, gonna be denied. And for once, you're gonna be seeing a full 5-1-5 post plant, the full setup there from MKS. Oh, trash though, that's gonna detain. Oh, Reyna on side, and it's a shorty to take her out. All right.
Executed real quick by Alexi, swapping over to the sidearm. But you see for Sipto, they were waiting patiently. Hunter's Fury now, the call from Sapphire. Good post plant from MKS so far, fighting back at the very least. But the number is still in favor of Sipto here. Alexi on defense duty should be enough to win out the round. The rotation there from Figuruto a little too late. Shirazi also finding an exit here. And Sipto hold the line to win it out.
Things to do.
That final kill was just insult to injury. Alexi being
Cherry
able to
on
catch
top,
the
right?
late flank. Yeah, cherry on top of the cake. And remember, that was MKS's full buy, so they're going to be left without too much to stand on, unfortunately, in this upcoming eco round here. But that said, right, this is what we're used to coming out of these players on Zipto right now. The kind of the quickness in their terms of retakes, they don't really like to let the opposite team set up for their successful post plans, and they knew that Hunter's Fury was there. They were able to get half the stick with Wingman, and they were ready to push on forward and catch Sapphire in the action.
Yeah, and not only that, I think Inari played a key role besides the DCs there. That early Dizzy, sure, it gets broken, but as soon as you realize screen contact was there, Zipto played back, played rafters, and now up on top. How does a Gecko even get up here? Good parkour there from Inari to get in the position unexpected. And that's the first kill going Zipto's way. Alexi burns the dash though to reposition now for the longer angle here at B.
Look at the space, Inari's taken first kill already and has so much information to boot as well on this A side. In fact, all of Zipto, they've taken up so much space here with the exception of on that B side. Inari, of course, is going to get revealed here. Dizzy once again utilized to make sure that nobody has come up too close. And Inari, got to be happy to swap that util away for a little bit of confusion in her opponent's hearts. 50 seconds left. Half the clock has run down here, and unfortunately for Mommy's little kittens, they've found little space to work with.
Little kittens.
Oh
Always
my.
that pop-off potential, but we haven't seen it as of yet. Alexi just stemming the tide pretty simply with the operator. Got Inari also watching out for anyone pushing into A. 30 seconds all alone against these three, but it's simply easy for Inari to see a sideline like that. Not gonna handle the two though. The double up, strong enough to open up the site. And that should be a gun retrieve here by Elfie. Spike now being planted. We hear though those keywords from Alexi. Watch this, blades are out. Shirazi now looking for that contact herself. Seems like sick though. They want to finish the fight as early as possible. Elfie doesn't see Camille coming. And it was a good effort from Elfie, but it's still Sipto on the board.
Sipto on the board, and fourth round coming. Were able to really convert there was that opening pistol. Since Dipso have gotten these guns online, they've been really struggling in terms of taking that space. And I mean, if you look at the team comp, right, this is kind of a variation on the traditional Icebox team comp. You usually have that secondary initiator coming in most of the time, but I feel like even though Elfie has succeeded in finding a couple of picks here and there, in terms of really having the impact, that high-low kind of punch that you see coming in from that double Toulouse, you know, your jet flashes forward, your Reyna flashes, you get an opening, you try to make space with that. I feel like the way Zipto is playing, they're just not really giving up any of these opportunities for these kills to come in, and they're happy to just take that 5v5 or 4v4 retake and keep the numbers even because they have so much utility available.
Yeah, and I agree with you. You've seen also Sipto is very active around the map. They utilize mid so well. I don't think MKS have really kept an eye on that angle as much as they would like. And we saw from the first get-go, Inari was going for the flank. We saw in the last round, Camille getting into it as well. A bit of a technical pause here. What's new with SCA? But Zach, I guess what I want to talk about right now is happy birthday, Shirazi. You know, birthday buff today.
Not that Shirazi needs any more buffs, but yes, 19 years old. Shirazi, happy birthday. I would sing happy birthday, but I'm kind of scared that it's going to sound really
Do it.
scary.
We have time.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Woo! Okay, see? Guys, Zach is not only your double regional caster, but also a singer here in Game Changer. So thank you. And again, big shout out to Shirazi. It's a birthday. Hope she has a good celebration if they take the series. But MKS, I do wonder how they're going to fight on back. We've seen if they get into post-plant positions here, Zach, they do stand a chance, but coming into direct fights, that's where they do get overwhelmed here by Zipto.
I mean, the thing is that a lot of these head-on-head fights that MKS are taking, they're able to win them. It's just that Zipto aren't really giving them any fair fights. That's the best way to say it. Like, they've been very proactive about not only finding this early info, but just holding down these lanes. Like, once again, within like the first 20-30 seconds of the round, you have this mid-control very firmly being established here. And, the timing. Gotta be lucky there for MKS. And, of course, while an Alchemant is active, it's gonna shut down a little bit of this utility coming in. Gotta make this approach a little bit harder. However, though, oh my god, Inari, I don't know how she gets that one. That's just illegal.
I'm as astonished as you are, Zach. She jumps in, gets into the angle, and Sim somehow wins it. Alexi now, timing is everything here. Gets a shot of Pigruto, but this can't be the opening lead by Rin. Scan also on Denari, but she just doesn't care. Holds down the line. Dizzy bounces. Camille, actually, the real killer on the side. And Zipto again, coordinated on the defense, making it a fifth.
Very clean round there. For a second, I got a bit worrying, but I think after Inari shut down Elfie there, it just seemed kind of over. Especially with the way Zipto are cycling these ults, right? They've been really, really good at doing that. Alexi, of course, with the Blaze Storm, not able to find too much value. Inari already with the second Thrash almost online, and while that Null Command was used in the previous round, they still do have that Viper's Pit as well as that lockdown just one away from coming into play. So I think that lockdown definitely going to be a priority, especially since there's no Hunter's Fury on the opposite side to try and counter it. And no lockdown for Pigruto either, unfortunately. So it's just gonna have to be a brute force take here. NBS, of course, with the Blade Storm, gonna be leading the charge, but Zipto this time around, they've fallen back. I need to stop, man. God damn it.
I'm gonna have an SMG jar for you, Zach. Every time you say SMG, you gotta drop 1 penny in it. But in any case, right now, Zipto, they have a good setup towards B, but eventually MKA, they navigate through. Viper's Pit online too to make it doable, but the firepower not gonna be too much for them. The cross from Rin, not gonna work out. And Neri also again in the front lines. And Zipto, they're keeping it very simple here. 6-1, showing dominance still.
Whew. It was a bit of an eco round there for MKS, to be fair what it's fair, but I mean, honestly speaking for Zipto, whether it's an eco or whether it's buy, it just seems like they're hitting headshots either way. They don't really care what's in their opponent's hands. So just the Zipto core that we're used to from last year. And finally, a timeout gonna be called, I presume, by Mommy's Little Kittens, who have to really think about how they can really come out on top in this cat fight. I think that Zipto, you know, we talked about how aggressive and proactive they were getting, but more than that, it's just you can see the teamwork and the kind of peaks they're doing. Of course, like our analyst did highlight, that comes from having that experience both in Game Changers for like, what is it now, 4 years for most of these players, as well as that time playing together as a core during their time on SMG together. And compared against that, Mommy's Kittens, they have a lot of ground to make up.
You know, honestly, I'm gonna bring up something that's a little bit out of the game here, Zach. That in real life chemistry between the members of Sipto Esports after the fact of Team SMG going to Brazil and whatnot, I still remember that Eneru was actually here in the Philippines with Camille, Shirazi, and Alexi for so very long, even getting to take a chance to watch some of the events that were happening here over the past few months. And it really feels like their personalities have clicked so much. Their gameplay is all basically at the same level, that camaraderie is really bearing fruit coming into this year. The fact that they're friends is very helpful right now. The chemistry off the charts for Sipto Esports this year.
They're just like the dream team, so as to speak. Operator still in the hands of Alexi. Back to the game just for a little bit. Alexi gonna be taking a lot more space this time on this A side, and you can kind of see that Zipto here opting to play a little bit more towards the sides instead of that mid control that we've seen in so many of these rounds. Once again, we're going to be seeing this attempt at a B execute coming in from the side of MKS, and Shirazi gets that first kill. There's a chance for a trade though. Envy is able to find one, but Inari is still looking to do the damage along with Tara. The squad has come charging in to the rescue, and while Tara is only 9 HP, that's gonna be all that you really need. This W cleans house there. And another thing, right? SMG are okay, I don't even know how much money I owe you at this point, but whatever.
That's three. That's three.
Oh, is it? I thought it was more already, but okay, that's three so far. Zipto, my apologies. Zipto have been really, really good at these rotations. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah. No problem. Happy to help there, Zach. It doesn't help that Zipto though has a 7-round lead, or rather a 7-round streak here from what we've seen so far. Ever since they won the Eco, it has been all Zipto. And I guess for MKS, they're just not getting the confident peaks that they would like. I'm really looking at a player like LP to contribute, but unfortunately, not only does she get singled out like that, but if you've seen for the past few rounds here, Zap, target priority there of Zipto to take her out. Thrash into mid, but it will be Envious and Sapphire getting on the board. It has led to a 3v3, but Aneri has had enough of this round. Quickly, the action courtesy of Aneri. And Envious, she's picked up a gun, but can she pick up the pieces here?
I mean, this is the most clutchable round that we've seen so far coming out for Mommy's Kitten. So let's see how many Envious can find. Does have the Vandal to work with. Unfortunately, Spike is not going to be in her control. An area with the off angle, as always, just clean with the headshot to get an 8th round on the board. Like you mentioned, Dax, momentum really steamrolling in favor of Zipto here. And I just feel like in a lot of these fights, MKS just aren't ready for the kind of positions that you see Zipto come up with. Like, even though in a head-to-head fight, like a straight fight, they do fairly well, whether they have a Sheriff or a Vandal. It's just that SMG, they get them... Zipto, that's 5 now, god damn it. Zipto, they get themselves into these really annoying positions. Like, you know that Smurf jet that's always in your game, in your face in the first 10 seconds? It's the same vibe that Alexi and Anaria are exuding right now.
Okay, so Zach, at the end of this cast, I think I'm just gonna basically take your talent fee for the day. Thank you very much. happy to get extra contributions there. But truthfully, I agree with you, and I'm still impressed with how Anari's been playing right now. It is a little bit akin to something, if you've been watching some of the games, right, in Masters Madrid, and it's really something I've noticed so far, even in regionals, even in different VCT circuits. Some of these duelist players, that when they play that Gecko, they're just so hyper aggressive at it, and not only because you can swing off that Dizzy, but you only really have a second with the blind to work with. It's kind of like a Lear, and Inari is just working so well to push forward and buy space for someone like Camille to help her out later on in these rounds.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Inari, like you mentioned, that Gecko is like a really great agent to pick up if you are used to playing that primary duelist. And I mean, as much as you'd like to have all 5 of these players on duelist, which we've seen sometimes over the course of the last year, we're not going to be having it today. So I think that the Gecko and KO both are pretty good substitutions in terms of just having that value with your utility for the team. So it makes sense that Zipto are going for that in their team comp. I mean, if you do look at both of these team compositions, right, it's just a mild adaptation on what is the meta composition for Icebox that hasn't changed even if the map has supposedly changed.
You're not wrong, Zach. You're not wrong. And that Viper always so impressive. You add it with a Killjoy.
Oh, no.
It's even worse. And of course, Big Boss Inari has come to play again. And Pegruto cannot stand a chance. Even with 40 HP, she dares peek before anyone else. And she still wins somehow. Elfie, though, does get the trade. But the flick from Shirazi with the op in hand already denies MKS of any kind of entry. Double ops, by the way, on the defense here for Sipto. But Tara's the one gunning them down. You'd say it's still moving under gunfire here, Zach, but it's Sipto again who handles any kind of lethality coming their way.
Yeah, they let's just say that Zipto is short for Ziploc to go, because that's what this team has been doing, just packing them up, sending them home, site closed for business, says Inari. And sure, Inari goes down, but that's just gonna be one more point towards that Gecko ult if she needed it. The rest of the team already in position, and like you mentioned, Dax, when you have so much money after winning 9 rounds in a row, what do? You buy another operator.
Just buy one, make one even bigger. And as of right now, it is just getting better and better for Sipto. Thrash is ready. What we've seen so far. Thrash also prepared here for Inari. Tara swings versus the turret. Now Pegruto, the creator, has fallen. And Sipto has just used mid to absolute beauty. Every time they swing or peek from it, they get value with either intel or a kill. Alexi also making so much noise. This is getting so claustrophobic for MKS, and Envious has had enough. She tries to fight towards Sipto here, but those fears, they're still gnawing at them. Again the swing, again the peek, and again it's the same result. Sipto has truly come to play, and Camille can keep everything cool. 10 now for Sipto.
Last round in
the half, and at this point it's a question less of how much more can Zipto find as opposed to can MKS get around here, because they've been really struggling so far on this map. And yes, they take that pistol, but ever since they lost that anti-eco, it's been a steady slope downhill. And even though they're able to get this bit of information, they're able to get a first kill or two. In terms of the repositioning from Zipto, it's just been really, really good to be able to trade it out here. And I think that MKS, they're just not having a very good time on this attacking side so far. Not the greatest buy here either for the final round. They do have a lot of these ultimates available to try and snowball off of, so hopefully that can help in closing.
And it's a heartbreaker though for Sipto. It's one of their most successful maps coming in from the open qualifiers, and the attack is where they shine. Now though, they can't handle the defense of Alexi. A quick peek, and she's been doing that for the past few rounds. If you notice that, very eager to play in the green. We get the lockdown here, and Camille, there's consideration to hold. Counter lockdown to play also from Sipto, and they will force MKS away.
Yeah, just lockdown for lockdown, kind of that game of chicken that you never really want to play but always end up playing on this map with the double Killjoy. They still do not going to be able to find too much space with the help of the lockdown, but at least for them, Zipto hasn't taken too much more either, as you see Envious now looking to dash and make some kind of value with the Blade Storm, which is going to be shut down thanks to that 0 point coming in. Dizzy as well, causing a little bit of additional rushes here, and it's just the pixel angle that Alexi needs to get that kill. Huge damage, 2 players left right now in MKS roster. Again, the raid able to at least find one, but it's just going to be the Killjoy in 1v4.
Oh no.
And yeah, that's everything and the kitchen sink being thrown at them. At least Pegruto in from the graveyard is able to drag Inari down with her, but 11
Switching
to 1,
sides.
I think it's going to be a small consolation at that point.
Yeah, and we are gonna get into halftime. It was an incredible run from the side of Sipto. And I got very scared for MKS at the very end there, Zach. That Thrash was coming. If they got to detain, you know, Inari would have given him a Pinoy classic knife. It would have happened. But we're gonna throw it back to the panel to break down what's happened in the first half.
Hello? Hi. Wow, well, that was absolute cinema from Sipto Esports. I'm speechless. They're really showing us why they're called the raid bosses of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, of all of APAC. Now, you know, I think the other regions are probably really happy that they are confined to SEA and not the entire region. I think Zach had a really great comparison. She was saying, like, you know, you see these Smurf jets in your lobby.
Yeah.
And this kind of has that same energy right now.
It does. It does. Do you think they're gonna make a comeback?
It's really, you know what? The cool thing about Valorant is that miracles can happen. Anything can happen in Valorant, and you just never know. But I think for kids, they need a confidence. They need to put like cats, cougars, or panthers, or like something more like maybe mommy's big lions or something, and bring that energy on. It's really tough. This team, Zipto, which I also might need to contribute to this SMG jar at some point. They've been competing. They've been competing as SMG since last year. They are the only team this entire Game Changers that have been competing together as a full squad. Even with Tara, you know, even with Tara as a sub before, now she's an IGL. They're all super familiar with each other. But I think we're going back into the game now.
There you go. Exactly what the panelists mentioned. And all I got really there was Victoria needs to contribute to the SMG jar too. So
I heard
that's
that
like
too.
2 sources of income for me. Thank you very much, Zach and Victoria, for that. But as of right now, Zipto, they're in command. It cannot be understated here, Zach. A win on the pistol might be the death sentence immediately into the map. MKS, are they ready for this?
It seems like low-key, yes. Alexi gets one, but for once there's an immediate refrag, so Envy is going to be able to get out of dodge and play with the rest of the team, as you do see Zipto advancing on the space that their fallen player was able to find. So Tara having gone down, these are going to be no possibility of a flank, but it's not going to matter because Zipto just fight everybody on side before Little Bro can even get that spike down. It's round over and match point, and you said it, Dax. If they get this pistol, it's looking Joe over, and unless MKS pulls something miraculous together in this anti-eco, where, by the way, they took on the plant, they got the kills, and they got the spike. So that's just one. Mathematics. Okay.
I blinked and the round was done.
I didn't blink. Don't blink, Dax. Don't blink.
Okay.
When Zipto's playing, don't blink.
I can't rest any given moment, and that has to be a statement right now that Zipto's proving to the rest of SEA. There is no rest when you're playing against Zipto. There is no breaks. There is no stopping this roster from what we've seen so far. And Zipto on a map that they haven't played at all in the open qualifiers. We haven't seen them icebox since they were SMG back in open number 1. A new configuration, yes. A roster that's so familiar, and a squad looking to make their name be known again. Here comes the shot from Camille, the transfer looking absolutely unreal. And Zipto, a team that made it to the global stage, 4th place back in championships. They will take the first map of SEA today. It is them up in the series 1-0.
Not only did they take the map, they've taken 13-1, and that's 13 rounds in a row, by the way, you know. So yeah, you can see the smiles. They're feeling very happy, very dominant win. I mean, if I got a win like that, I would probably be smiling like that as well, especially if it was with my best friends here. But that said, you know, let's have a little shout out for the hero of that game. It's totally. No, it's Zipto, but yeah, Wingman's always the hero, so of course you saw. I hope that we get to see more Inari Gecko action, because I really like watching her on it. You were talking about it, right? As that primary duelist player, this team does tend to see a little bit more flexibility around, and I'm personally happy to see more teams using Gecko in their team comps, because I'm so sick of Sova KO all the time. Like, don't get me wrong, they're good, but it's just really annoying to see.
I mean, the patch is really good for Gecko right now, especially with Sky kind of having a little bit of a difficulty in how she plays those flashes. But if you saw a while ago on the Zach, on the cams there, Zach rather, they did this. 1 is all they get from what we've seen so far, and I am just utterly impressed with how they waited. We're going back to the panelists to break down what just happened.
I don't know what just happened, honestly. That was so quick. That was too quick. Oh no! Oh, hello. Sorry, I was muted. But I did not know this. Way too quick. It happened way too fast. I blinked and the game was over.
Yeah, I feel like it's unfair that this is your first match that you're hosting, and I think only one for this particular playoffs, because it's with Zipto. You're gonna have the fastest day of your life today with us hosting. But I mean, look, it's testament to how strong they are.
It was really against all odds. I mean, it's tough. It's so tough, and they're so confident right now. And when they have that momentum, like they're unstoppable. They're a team of 5 duelists. I saw, Paper X came into the chat earlier for the Game Changers chat saying like, why aren't they just like, full stack duelists at this point? But you can see
this
now.
This looks brutal. This looks absolutely brutal.
Yeah, look, they got one. We've seen Zipto. We're at this point. We've seen Zipto 13-0 some of the other teams during opens right now. And you can see that like the Kittens tried their best here. I'm gonna call them the Kittens. Do we call them mommies?
Let's stick to kittens for now.
Okay, we're gonna call them kittens.
Kittens tried their best.
And what's cool, like while Alexi on the Jet was really impactful, so was Inari on a Gecko. And you can see like the core, you start with this duelist first, and when you combine it with all the utility that a Gecko has, they can be really scary. You can see here Zipto was getting like 12 first kills.
Yeah.
It was especially with the Jet on the op there, just getting those picks. They were impenetrable, especially on the defensive side. It was really hard for the Kittens. It doesn't matter like left, right, or center, AB or mid. They just could not get through. If they went
Alexi
so
even got
far,
an ace, right?
Yes. Yeah, and it's been tough for them to even so much as get the spike down.
They're actually smurfing. Zipto's actually smurfing this tournament.
Yeah, raid boss here, and they have all the armor, they have all the experience points. It's like, they've just completely leveled up. I'm sure they've learned so much playing on a LAN in Brazil, and you can just see these amazing plays, these beautiful plays, these odd angles actually. They're just sitting in places you wouldn't even expect them to be sitting because they're so comfortable right now. Just picking fights wherever they go and getting Mommy's Kittens to worry about everywhere. This is not your standard team where it's going to be default plays all the time.
Those shots were so crispy on Alexi as well.
Yeah,
goodness.
It doesn't matter what gun you put in their hands. There have been a couple of rounds where at the you could see at their point with arms playing like, let me at least take a couple of these girls down with me. As they lose the round. But it was a valiant effort for sure. These are definitely, the titans of SEA, and Inari doing amazing.
Inari, man, my goat with the 3 KDA.
Yeah, look at her ACS. This is incredible. As a Gecko, she's not even on the Jet or the race.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, she's fantastic. And you know what? As if Zipto didn't need enough of a buff, they have a birthday buff.
Yeah.
With
Actually, since it's April Fool's, I did not think that was real, but apparently it is. Happy birthday!
Yeah, there are a couple of people saying it's their birthday on Twitter, so it's really confusing.
It was really confusing. Yeah, happy birthday buff. Alright, so we're gonna
Yeah, so don't go away, guys.
off of it. I got dreams of looking up, eyes I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels to know these things that don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me. And everywhere we go, it leads to an open door.
Hello everyone, welcome back. So that was a crazy match we just watched with well, a stomp actually.
Don't say the
Yeah,
S
I was stopping myself from saying that there actually. Thank you.
Dak's gonna be so loaded after this. He has a special jar for that now.
The SMG counter jar.
Yep.
What do you think of that match, Victoria?
It was too fast. I couldn't even go on a bathroom break. I was like, this game is going by so fast. But it's so much like Zipto power here. And yeah, and you see a lot of this happening throughout the opens. You know, a lot of these kind of score lines right now, and they are such a tough opponent. And Mommyskins no pushover. They did place 4th in the opens, and you know, again, you're going against such a competent team like Zipto. How do you face up against that? And it's not even, you know, they're not even being anti-stratted at this point. They are just
dueling them, man.
Yeah, like insane firepower. They're all monsters on this team. But you know what? Mommyskins have experienced players too, and they just have not been playing with each other for very long. I think they actually only got together maybe a month or 2 ago, and you can imagine how little time you have to like get your stuff together as a team. That said, we are going to go into Lotus for the second map. They've already faced off on Lotus in the opens. And
yeah, it's not looking too great historically speaking.
Yeah, it was a 13-3. So they got 2 more rounds than what happened in Icebox. But maybe they have a lot of learning lessons from that and how they can tackle Zipto this time around. And I really do want to see that, right? We want to see good Valorant. We want to see like full 3 maps here. We don't want, like, I'm really happy for Zipto right now, and I think this is great to, you know, see this potential of them at Pacific and then moving on to Champions one more time. But at the same time, you know, we want Zip to be challenged this year.
Yeah, I want to see a better game on Lotus, hopefully. What are you looking forward to seeing here? Like, what picks are you expecting?
Well, you said ISO, now it's in my mind. But at the same time, I also
they should, right? I mean,
do it. Yeah, like what Zipto, what do you have to lose, right? You're a full duelist squad anyway. Just do it. And then if you're like just go for it. They'll probably be like, oh, this is different. You know, it's so
right. They already won with like full duelists before.
Yeah.
So might as well redo that. They did that on Lotus too.
Yes.
So
yeah, I actually want to see Mommy's Kittens on the Rays. Sorry, Neon, because I feel like we don't see a lot of Neon in pro play in general for Valorant, and I would love to see it more of just an agent that isn't usually picked. So Mommy's Kittens does tend to change their duelist choices a lot throughout the open, so it wasn't like the same 2 set of duelists every single time. They typically seem to keep their Cypher, Omen, Gecko, but then it's always like they switch it, like it's Raze Neon, or it's like Raze Jet, or Jet Neon. So I hope, yeah, we see maybe ISO Neon just to I'm just saying, I just want to see something fun, you know? I want to see. This is about me. This is not about what is the winning composition here. And for the side of Zipto, I think we are probably likely to see another double duelist comp too.
Oh, well, here's the agent picks. We have Aneri on Reyna, Alexi on Raze.
Okay.
And, oh, we have a chamber pick. Nice.
This is different than
Double
last time.
Sentinel?
Yes, they are doing something different this time. They have not showed a comp like this at all in the opens, so they are definitely cooking something, and that's a really good sign going into Lotus. You know, we want to see some changes here. Clearly, whatever they're doing the last time against Zipto on Lotus wasn't working, so they put something together knowing that, you know, Zipto needs to be stopped somehow. So you definitely are going to need a Sentinel to
and
slow
two
them down,
at that,
or to watch your flank. Yes, exactly. And they, you know, with an aggressive team like Zipto and with a very dynamic map like Lotus, where flanks are very easy to happen, like you might want those two Sentinels to cover your patooties.
Your behind? Yeah, okay.
Your peaches.
Well, that's true. Well, I'm really looking forward to the game, especially to that out, and if it's actually going to be enough to stop Zipto from their aggressive playstyles.
Yeah,
yeah.
definitely.
Let's move on to Zach and
I feel like we're getting showcased there, Zach. Magnet has always these hand movements like, what's that? We're here! And we're back for the second map. It is us, Dax and Zach, yet again, looking over at Lotus. And Zach, when our panel was talking about Peaches, I do want to talk about the Ancients. And I guess the most interesting to me is you got double Sentinel on one side, but also Zipto, they're changing it up a little bit too. They've had different Sentinels in the open qualifiers on this map, and seems like they're settling on the Cypher this time around.
Yeah, like you mentioned, double Sentinel versus double Duelist that we have coming up here, which is even more funny because the double Duelist side is starting off on the defense. But I mean, the way Zipto plays it, attack, defense, they're all the same. It's just W key, go your way down, just like another team that we all know and love. But that said here, really interesting points that the analyst did bring up about the Sentinel and the importance of keeping Zipto from flanking. And I'm gonna put this in very heavy double quotes. I'm making them on cam right now, but I'm not on cam. But I'm mentioning them because they're there. I don't think the double Sentinel, this is a hot take, maybe I'll be proven wrong, but I don't know if the double Sentinel is really gonna stop or be able to stop Zipto from continuing their flanking shenanigans like we saw in Icebox.
Yeah, I really wonder how Elfie's gonna be playing that chamber a little bit more in the back line, use that rendezvous to get a pick and get out. But Zach, I want to look back at history yet again, since we are really trying to pave a road here in SC8 for 2024. There's a map back in championships that had 4 duelists played. And it was a map called Lotus. The team that played 4 duelists was a team called SMG. And right now, we are seeing that team with a different moniker as Zipto play Lotus yet again. I am afraid for Mommy's kid.
Yeah, me too. Especially with Aneri gonna be the one to go on the hunt this time around with that first flash, already connecting a headshot. Has Alexi for the backup and that first kill as well, thanks to those pain shells coming in. And immediately, it's a route off of this A site. You can see that Zipto, they aren't gonna get over aggressive. Once again, they know that they have that early pick, that early control here. And look at who's coming around from the C side. It's a crunch here.
Oh no, Tara's in the back line, right behind the turret. It's not gonna see her. And this is a perfect peek for Zipto. MKS, they don't expect it. And the defenders say, you know, that's a suggestion. We want to attack. We want to make this map as small as possible. And Zipto, they're keeping everything controlled. MKS, they need to evacuate fast. But Tara's so quick on her feet. The footwork has allowed her to make her way towards Mount. And the 3K even, the flawless, the start out for Zipto.
Like I said, it doesn't matter whether they're on attack or defense, it's just double key. And that round was an exemplar of exactly that. This crunch on A side, they get that little bit of initial damage, that first pick, the push from C as well, and of course, there's just no space left for MKS to go at all. They can't push out to B because of the Cypher trips. They can't go back because of the flank. They try to go through the door. There's already Tara who's re-rotated over. So just overall, in terms of map control, I feel like Zipto, they were really offended they lost that pistol on Icebox, and they want to kind of like clean up the record here.
This goes here. Are they going for a 13-0? Is that the call? Is that the standard that Zipto's trying to play right now?
It was their standard last year.
I mean, truthfully, yeah. It was a little bit different though, Zach. If you remember back in, I think Open 2 especially, that SMG roster was a lot more fun with their compositions, with their
4 duelists to smoke, 5 smokes, 4 sentinels to smoke.
Yeah, just the 1 harbor and everything else is 1 different role. But lately, especially in Open 3, they've really decided to clean up their act and more so play compositions that they want to run. MKS though, strong on the sheriffs. They got the doorway to work out this time. Seaside wide open, and Zipto don't expect that this has become a 3v3. The flash though, and the doorway opens to Tower, putting pressure in the back line.
You can already see the extra space being taken here towards CT, but Alexi gotta be there for the punish. That said, this Outlaw doing absolute work here, and it's just gonna be the Marshal in this close range to find the kill. Alexi now with 20 HP in this 1v2 situation. Samfire, of course, is low, but the weapons, they've been picked up here, and I don't even think you need an Outlaw to take out Alexi at this point. Having to try and isolate these kills somehow. You can see MKS, they're playing pretty far back. They don't really want to risk using this round to headshot or two coming out of Alexi's hands, and of course Satchel gonna be hurt. Elfie going huge here with the chamber, and a Thrifty to come out on top for MKS off the back of that 4K. Huge round there, and exactly what they needed to bring a little bit of momentum back in their favor.
Incredibly eco there from MKS. This is where they tried to say, put some respect in our names. LP finding for the end monster to really kick things off. One of the players I've been wanting to talk about once she starts popping up. One of those players who are a little bit newer to the scene, but coming in to the open qualifier, she was basically the 3rd highest rated player, consistently the top fragger of MKS. And if anyone's gonna pop off, it has to be her. Shirazi though, all she needs is the classic! Sees even another one! And Shirazi just stealing their lives quickly! Free gun, by the way, but the Shirazi show is on! A triple kill for the Omen! And Shirazi, it's not just a birthday buff, it is just a whole grand slam. Blow out the candles, Shirazi, because it's looking good so far. Swing from 6 though, here they come. Elfie gets the Colat going, but Camille keeps everything cool, and the Thrifty's done by Zipto there.
Keep that focus.
That's a nice birthday
More of
present,
that,
if you were
and
sure.
we're
I think
out of
just
here.
a couple more, and I'm sure she'll be happy with that one. But yeah, really, really great round, like you mentioned, the classic. Just free gun, by the way. 0 credits in the store, right clicks for days, and Shirazi being happy to pick up that free Vandal as a little hit from her opponent. So yeah, just thrifty for a thrifty here. Zipto really showing that you can't afford to get complacent around them, and that's gonna set them up for success here in this round, because not only is the economy for Mommy's Kittens completely broken,
You want to play? Let's play.
The force out early on. It can be something MKS can use coming into this round potently. But I'm scared, Zach. Zipto, when they lose a round, it looks like they get even hungrier to take the domination into the next one. And speaking of, Shirazi up also the answer. Soundfire falling first. Here the showstopper. We see Tara swing. Elfie hits down onto Alexi. Alexi takes her to the grave with her. But beyond that, it's a Zipto show looking to go for more and go for broke. What can MKS do by Mount? Nothing. Zipto with a 3rd.
Yeah, once again, just they get demolished again. You can see the crunch coming in as well. Like, even if that crunch between the door and that C-side between Camille as well as Tara wasn't enough, the backstab was already coming into place. So, again, it's just a really, really good setup from the side of Zipto in terms of taking that map control and denying any of these rotations are really coming in. It's just forcing the side of MKS to really take these head-on-head fights, which is where Zipto really thrive. And I think that's been a consistent difference maker. And now Alexi, oh no, not the Odin.
Oh no, not here, not now. The in-game language says it all though. Zipto is in a position of utter confidence and control. It's up to MKS to sow some seeds of doubt, but the tripwire catches Rin in the act. Now exposed, Tara sees all intention, and Tara has tangled everyone in her web. There is no escaping Elfie though with a fight back, but 1 is all she gets, as Zipto will get another round here.
A little bit of revenge for the fallen comrades, but what's the saying, when you win the battle but lose the war? That's what happened in that round with the defuse coming in for an Neri. Once again, a strong start for Zipto, and you know, I just feel like while you do see these moments of brilliance coming out of MKS, they just really haven't found any cohesion today. Of course, we already talked about it. This is a relatively new team, a lot of new players who have to kind of find their synergy together. But you really see the difference in terms of synergy here and just the way that people are able to play off of each other. I have to consciously just check myself because every time I'm about to say Zipto, my brain automatically feels like SMG.
Yeah, dude. I got a box already. It's filling up a big box there for Zap. Please keep saying SMG. It'll make my day. But I have to agree with you. MKS, LP, unfortunate on the jump peak. This is such a new team, and them making it to 4th place from the open qualifiers is already a good sign of their potential success. But against the defending champions, not just once, but not just twice, but 3 times from last year, it's a very different case when they're facing off against Zipto. Way too scary, way too much, and Neri ends them all. And it's a handful of rounds now for Zipto.
Dude, they took down the last 3 players of MKS in their own spawn. That's how aggressive Zipto is playing right now. They are just feeling it. I mean, after that 13-1 victory on map number 1, and of course, the kind of dominant run that they've had starting off, and of course, just the impact of being the best team over the course of last year in SEA. It's kind of really huge. Of course, the birthday buff as well. This just seems like everything that could go in favor of Zipto is going in favor of Zipto right now, and nothing really seems to be able to stop them. Once again, Mommy's Kittens, not with the greatest economy. They do have a couple of ults, though, to try and convert this round with, and I think in particular, if they can combine the Showstopper and the Gecko ult, it might be what they need to at least find a little bit of an opening pick into space.
And MKS, they just need to be wary of what they clear initially. Paint Shells breaks the first tripwire, but the Cyber Cage into the second tripwire. Hopefully Rin doesn't get caught out yet again. She has a Showstopper in hand, though. MKS, potential to play the entry here. And Zipto, they're respecting the potential burst. Look at them, holding steady there towards B main. You got 2 looking to burst through the door if ever. LP has other plans. Now rerouting herself to try and get a pinch on. Tower with the 1. Elfie finds Cameo. Alexi has to turn around with the Odin. There's 1 box keeping cover, but the whittling, rolling fire that is Alexi has scorched the earth that Elfie and Edgus has stood on. And Tigruto cannot find any place to call solace. A 6th round now, and Zipto is just adding 1 to the tally every single time.
Yeah, just no hesitation. And, you know, again, right, Elfie, it's not the aim that's the problem. It's just the kind of fights that MKS are being forced to take here. So many of these rounds, like, yeah, Elfie able to get that first pick, but again, just no time, no stability to really check out this corner. And with how aggressive Zipto have been playing, you really don't expect Alexi to be tucked away there. But there she is anyway to take you out. And of course, Zipto now, they are having not the most impactful ults, I would say, with the exception of that Neural Theft. But, I mean, any ult in the hands of these players seems to be having a decent amount of impact. Once again, Neri on a little bit of an exploratory mission here, gonna be rewarded with success and that first pick onto Elfie. And with that chamber going down, that means it's just gonna be so difficult to watch for that play, especially when Killjoy just playing pretty out with the rest of the team.
There's danger though, Showstopper sent to her, and there's no escaping now the fireworks fiesta that is a Rin. MKS, they get onto the site. Finally, they make themselves known in a Polish plant scenario that they feel comfy in. Planto going down. They also have the lockdown here, Zap. But yet again, Zipto trying to play different angles, and there with the spot. Very quick on the eyes and very quick on the shot. The group falls there. A flash now confirms that MKS are playing onside. Cameo looking to go for swing, sees the barrel, and everyone from MKS is swiped away from this area. Zipto now with their 7th.
That was a 4v4 retake, and Zipto didn't lose a single player while they made it happen. So just really good protocols for this team. I mean, I feel like anything we say at this point is just gonna sound like we're dumping more praise on this team, but how do you improve on perfection? I think that's kind of the question that this core has been asking themselves. Like, all right, they dominated in APAC, they got 4th globally. How can we improve on that? And I think for Zipto, it's a pretty interesting question to answer, right? Because when you're so individually skilled, when you're so consistent in terms of winning out against your local rivals, how do you elevate yourself further?
I mean, they're hungry for it, Zach. They make sure that they test each other while being in this roster. They know that they're effectively at the same level of play, getting better and better, and looking forward to the world stage as soon as possible. Zipto right now, I think really what I want to say about it is they don't just raise the bar here. They are the bar. They are the standard that not just SEA but APAC has to watch out for. They made it to 4th place for good reason. They have incredible players like the legacy of Ineri. Alexi has been incredible in her past few outings, especially back in Brazil. Tara's return, her Open 1 champion from last year, making a case for herself too. SMG who, Sipto is all I know, but it's these faces that we know for so very long doing what needs to be done.
Doing what needs to be done. Yeah, that's certainly a good way of saying it, especially when you see Alexi pull out the Odin. But that said, a little bit more aggression to come out towards this A side. Utility as well to rake off this operator contact, and now it's going to leave an area in the corner here. Ren able to find a huge opening as they shut Kamiyu down. Dark Cover is going to come around, maybe let Mary find a little bit of space to play around, but instead, once again, Rin with the second opening to wood. Finally, it's going to be a 2-person advantage that MKS have found here.
I'm very impressed by MKS there. They also used a lot of utility to force Shirazi away. She had the up, can't play the angle, and now she whips the shot, escapes Shirazi, but there's no getting away from Rin, who's found her third. A big round from MKS. It's all left to Tara now. The Raze's rampage has been stopped for the time being, but there's so much space for MKS to work with. Can rotate to B or C if ever. The Neural Theft there confirms those intentions. Tara, she needs to receive not just one, but a whole group of MKS coming her way. Tough task. Stage is set. Wingman on the plant with Gruto. Getting out from dodge and getting back into cover. But look who's waiting. It's Elfie. She's sharp with a shot. And a second round taken here by MKS.
I mean, for once, it does seem like MKS, they had a battle strategy in play, and they were able to put it into play, which really shows what this team can do. Like, if you look at that confrontation towards A, most of the time it's been an area as well as Shirazi with the operator trying to take that space, but this time around, they want to make sure that operator doesn't find its value, and they're able to methodically use the dark covers to clear out sections, find a second kill on Zanuri, and continue their rampage onto site. So I think just them being able to use their utility to isolate those fights was a little bit more helpful for them to kind of capitalize on the confidence that Zipta have been showing throughout this game and get those opening frags. And they look to try and repeat it, but this time around they're pivoting towards B instead.
Yeah, I mean, can't even shatter that Zipta confidence though. When you take a round from them, they get even more confident. Look for more of a strong arm approach. Elfie, though, doing an incredible job to shut that down. And in single duels, she has been the backbone of MKS so far. Tara, though, patiently waiting and just doesn't see it coming. Alexi also sending the showstopper towards mid. And MKS, they get a single step forward, but they're beaten back to the other side of the map, basically, by Sipto. A one-way even, keeping MKS at bay, but with still 3 remaining, they can rotate towards C here and look to play that angle.
The thing is, look at that aggressive tripwire. Tara, after finding that kill, put one down, so that's going to be the information that Tara needs to possibly rotate back towards this D site. It has been left mostly for that retake. Tara, though, looking to get a little bit more aggressive here. Maybe find a pick or two. Does manage to find the cross, but still gets traded out. It's going to be a 2v3 situation. No ultimates available in this post plan. Apart from the tour de force, I don't know if we're really going to be seeing Elfie committed. You can see Bryn kind of watching to try and put some pressure.
Last player standing.
Double player push coming in. Shirazi, though, catches Elfie out, and now they know exactly where the final player is. All the heavy lifting is going to fall onto Rin's shoulders, but this time she collapses, and Zipto, they find the difference.
I do have to say again, Zipto, they really respect the firepower of Elfie there. They can lose 1v1s against her. If you saw that swing from Waterfall, it's like 2 of them with Kamiyu and Shirazi working hand in hand just to mow her down. Elfie is a threat right now, 13 kills. 2 big picks coming into the round. Once versus Ineri, another on Tara when everything could have gone so wrong so fast. The potential is there from MKS. They have members who can fight back versus Sipto, but Sipto, still the unit, even on the retake, keeping everything in control.
Yeah, just not really leaving things to chance, especially in those kind of situations where it gets close, right? That's where you really do see Zipto having to make an effort, I suppose. That said, though, talking about making an effort here, it's once again this full-on confrontation towards this A angle. You do see that little bit of adaptation from Zipto in terms of them using that one way instead of just charging forward here, and they're going to be rewarded with the presence of that spike as it gets dropped. You do see the Omen using the ultimate to revive it, maybe pivot over towards C instead, but again, Tara, she's going to be getting all of this info, hearing all of this noise, and Elfie has to go aggressive to try and make something happen, but unfortunately Tara is going to be able to shut that down. Envious now in a 1v4, having to at least push it out to win it.
So difficult right now. and simply done by Aneri. You said a while ago, Zap, there's the effort from Sipto. I dare say I disagree with you because they just made that look so effortless. So quick from Alexi. The play quickly into rubble. Tara holding back into halls, waiting for the timing. And everything is just individually
Last round
good
before
for
the
Sipto
switch.
that it all comes together. You sometimes think, what's the team protocol for Sipto? But it's just them able to play off every single angle. They do support one another. The utility dump with the paranoia and the leer, allowing Alexi to do wonders there on the aggress. But overall, the confidence is just it cannot be understated how willing Sipto are in these fights.
Yeah, they're just really good at taking care of each other. That's the best way you can really say it. So I think that it helps. On the
You
last
want
round
to
left
play?
in the half
Let's
here.
play.
Operator is still going to be online, this time in the hands of Aneri. And I like this kind of pass the parcel game that they have going around this operator here. It's going to be in perfect position. Immediate refrag though to come out of Precrudo. So that's a huge kill. Shirazi looking to play second contact with the Odin, but perhaps very wisely aware of how Zipto do like to position that Odin. MKS, they're going to be falling back once again. Just playing a little bit fast and loose here with the weaponry. Kamiyu in a little bit of danger for a second, but that Tour de Force not going to be finding any value quite yet. And it's just a change of pace to completely shut things down in terms of noise and movement from MKS, at least temporarily.
Yeah, that's one thing that MKS should be wanting to do right now. Make those trades as quick as possible. Prevent Sipto from backing away and getting a second position to find the second frag. The lockdown allows MKS a chance now to make it towards a nanoswarm, even disallowing Alexi rather from playing into the staircase. This is MKS looking to scramble onto that side. The detain though gets to, but it might be a false hope here. MKS, they want to aggress. Kamiyu trying to take advantage of the chaos, but Envious able to catch her immediately. There's the pick going in favor of the tap. Also Tarazi trying to find a way in with the Odin here. Paranoia looking to be primed over onto tree. Catches out two. Tour de Force though, sharply marked but misses the shot. Elfie gets away with her life for now. And Sipto, they are on site, but the angles are getting dangerous. Tara taps the spike. Tarazi covering fire. The Grugel and Edwis able to play the angles. And MKS, that was an impressive round for them. The form is found near the end, at least 3 here at the first half.
Switching sides.
I mean, the last time these two teams faced off on this map, it was 13-3. So MKS definitely have a chance to improve their last showing here. And of course, 9-3. It's a magic number either way. So let's see if this is gonna be the buff that they need to jump back into this. Because remember, you already have until the map up here after the enemy remains stop on Iceland. So kind of a must-win map here to push this to that third map, that decider in the series. But before we go into that second half to see if MKS can do it, I do think our panel has a few interesting things to say.
Hello, Victoria. So,
do we have a couple interesting things
Hello,
to say?
hello.
Of course we do. We always do.
Hello, Victoria. Do you
Hi.
believe in the 3-9 curse?
I believe in the 3-9 blessing. And I also believe in caster blessings, not caster curses. Yes, I think it's been proven to be winnable, so it's fine. But you have to remember, this is good. This is the kind of, it's dominant, but there's still hope for the kittens. Turn into lions. But we have to remember, Zipto was formerly SMG as a squad, and they won in Brazil Game Changers with the troll comp, where they didn't, right? Do you guys remember this when Aneri of all people?
Yeah.
I think she was on Cypher, and the rest.
Yeah,
of them
she was
were,
on
like,
Cypher. Yeah.
and they won at that one. So it's, if you can, any rounds you can take off of Zipto during a Lotus map, I think you should definitely pat yourself on the back and use that knowledge to push forward, try to gain that momentum, and try to collect them. Obviously as many rounds as possible. I think that double sentinel, the change from their comp, Mommy's Kittens comp, it seems to be a good idea. There have been moments, like there are a couple rounds that they did end up losing, but it was really, really close, where it could have gone either way for them. But on the other hand, for Zipto is really tough, where they are winning thrifties with classics against Vandals.
Yeah. They can easily, I think, well, not easily, turn this around, maybe, with their double sentinel on defense, hopefully.
Yeah, and I guess we're going to find out, because we're going to go back to the game for the second half.
And we are back. Victoria makes such a good point there, Zach. If you can get around away from Sipto right now after what they did in Brazil, pat yourself on the back. The form's looking good though. A lot better for Mommy's Kittens. But then again, Sipto has a commanding lead. Yet again, we look back at the pistol, and this can be a make or break moment as Sipto wants to first play here.
I mean, whether it's attacking or defending, they look the same. It's just Sipto WK at this point. So they're going to be continuing their tactics of that. You do see a little bit of rotation coming in from the side of MKS. Beautiful paint shell to push people off of that ledge angle. And it's going to enable Sipto to take so much space onto the side before they even get that spike down. They haven't even gotten the spike down in fact. They're just trying to see if MKS are going to be pushing forward. It's going to be a full 5-on-5 retake by the looks of it.
By this point, put some tape on the W key because Sipto just wants to advance truly. Set Lexi though, first one on the board. Tara near side is sure, but she gets the wins in that angle. Somehow makes it work. Rin seen trying to lob the paint shells. The close contact from Sipto unexpected. Shirazi alongside Neri working hand in hand to play the sites, and double digits made by Sipto quickly.
Yeah, nice pistol. I mean, MKS, of course, they were able to make it close. At least they brought it down to a 2v2. But at that point, like you mentioned, the positioning as well as that gameplay coming out of an area in Shirazi. Shirazi able to find both of the kills by herself to find a pistol. A convincing pistol, I must say. Birthday Buff really coming in clutch at the end as she is left alive with only 10 HP. Now, you have seen Mommy's Kittens do pretty well in terms of stealing away the Zanti Eco in that previous half, and they're gonna have to do it again to keep Sipto from really running away with this game. But looking at the buy here, that's Alexi with the judge. I don't feel too good about this. Never mind. Crazy shot from LP. The judge though, but there for the quick trade, and Alexi's still looking to approach and advance to hold down this waterfall and CP with this weapon.
Oh, the flank also looking possible for Tara. Don't count on LP in a direct fight. And LP even! LP!
Planted.
Incredible! Is an understatement right now what she's doing for this squad. Bound 3 in the round, but Alexi's judge will handle the rest. Camille also keeping things calm. Rin on site trying to fight back, but Alexi, a swift gun swap into the kill. 3 for Alexi too, but that round was competitive thanks to Elfie.
That, you know, the first kill was nice. The second kill was crazy, and the third kill was absolutely, what was that? What was that shot? That's what I could not believe my eyes. But yeah, that said, judge at that close range is a little bit too dangerous. That said though, really nice shot from Elfie to at least do a bit of damage. 11-3. I do think this is also a magic number, at least for Fnatic fans, but let's see if Mommy's Kittens will be able to continue to go forward here. Rin with the paint shell is able to at least find an opening kill. Samfire as well kicking in, and an area while she gets a trade. It's still going to be an aggressive hold. The door going to get broken here. Samfire falling back to safety along with the rest of the team, and number is going to be kept in favor of MKS after that confrontation.
Yeah, Zach importing EMA numbers from the EME scene. Whoa.
Ooh, the dink.
That dink though, you mentioned it. 10 HP left for Inari. She needs a kill to get the Devar going later on. The regrowth tried to top her up, but it's not enough against the headshot of the Vandal. Picruto makes that absolutely precise. Camille also advancing now with MKS. Given the guns, and they were so confident at fighting back against Sipto. They'll take the round now, getting on the board, and a better performance compared to their open qualifier already.
Yeah, already ahead in terms of rounds here. Although that was a bonus from Sipto, they did invest quite heavily in that buy, so not going to be having the greatest economy. In fact, going to be going for a half-fire eco here, I think, with the exception of Inuri, who just to be considering investing in that hero rifle here. That's it for Mommy's Kittens. Chance for them to jump back into this. 11-4 here. Not the greatest score in terms of having an advantage, but definitely something that they can come back from. That's the nice thing about Valorant. It's never over until it's over, so definitely a chance for them to do a little bit more damage. Maybe even take this all the way to 13-11, as difficult as it sounds now, though. It does seem like Sipto on track to run it down on the C side, and the Stinger at close range. Alexi really being able to do the damage and take over the site. It's going to set up for a retake attempt coming in from MKS. And you can already see that Sipto, they have a couple of bugs planted.
Yeah, they're very quick there for Sipto. Immediately taking the site away. That means with the guns now to take its crown. And here they go with Inari, kept alive and kept busy by Shirazi too. Well done for the high-low setup by Sipto. Another one bites the dust as Sipto are getting kills off camp, but here in the front line, Inari will again eradicate. It's not just match point here, it's series point Zap for Sipto.
4. 1 round for Zipto to take it forward here. And remember, that was the eco round. It was 2 kills with the Stinger for Alexi, and Inari having picked up the battle got another 1 enemy remaining. Yeah, just the Inari and Alexi show Camus chiming in with 1 kill of her own. But that's gonna be that here. Zipto, Alexi back on the judge here, does have the Empress to work with for Inari. And for Mommy's Kittens, they might not have the money for Chamber, but they do have the Tour de Force available. So that Chamber gonna be able to drop a gun to one of her teammates, and still could be a viable round here. That needs to convert, like I mentioned, to deny this from coming through. But Alexi is feeling the confidence, feeling the push, and with the judge already taking up so much space, opens up the B side for that plant. And if they want to get through this, they're gonna have to invest a lot of utility here. And Ari and Alexi, once again, we talked about them being that dynamic duo, Dax, and they're doing it right now, just shutting down MKS.
And the shutdown is just, they're pulling the plug on MKS right now. Shirazi, even the collat at the end. And your defending champions of last year will look to make a path to the crown now by beginning their run with a 2-0 sweep. The standard set by Sipto Esports, and they are just as amazing as always.
Yeah, nothing really new here. If you were watching any Game Changers at all throughout 2023, you're probably used to this. I feel like we're gonna be seeing a little bit more of this throughout the year. Just a little feeling I have, Dax. But that said, you know, for Mommy's Little Kittens, it was a nice little effort. I mean, they are going up against the big bad boss, so you cannot understate this. Imagine, like, you know, you're just a new team, you're playing with your homies, and you go up against like Godzilla. That's kind of like what happened there. So you can't really say anything harsh about a team when you're going up against the big bad boss of SEA Valorant there. And we saw a couple of really good individual moments as well. Elfie in particular, you mentioned the Dax, newer player, definitely saw some nice shots there. And I feel like if this team has a bit more time to work together, they can definitely cook up the synergy that they need to do much better against the giants of SEA. Like
Absolutely agree with you, because Elfie, she has shown how sharp she can be on those shots. Give her a gun, give her an agent like a Chamber or Reina. I do feel like she's going to be able to deliver coming into the lower bracket. And there's still a chance there for Mommy's Kittens. Since they come from the upper bracket, they do move over to the lower bracket thanks to their top 4 standing. But Sipto, what else can we say? We'll leave it to the panel to say what's what.
Oh my god, Sipto just continues to prove and show why they made it to champions last year. I got reminded as to why I was a fan.
Yeah, they continue to dominate. They have not slowed down at all since last year. Definitely not their opens, and definitely not here even amongst the top 8. I do want to see, you know, who they want to, I guess who they see the biggest challenger is from the particular 8 here. Now, they did better this time, right?
Yeah, they did.
Mommy's
They
Kittens?
got like 1 round.
Yeah.
Compared to the last one, or the last time they played against them in Lotus.
That's right. And so they're performing better already. And it's not just, you know, by sheer round differential. It's they have had really good ideas and how to stop such a crazy, scary team like Zipto. And you can see here, even with their stats for the 2 MVPs, Elfie had some amazing shots. Like heads were definitely hunted some of those rounds. She made great use with her Chamber ult as well, and they definitely got punished for it. And you know, the ideas were there, but Zipto was so confident. They even completely dominated the Kittens in their own spawn one of the rounds. Like, you can't do that unless you are so absolutely confident, and you just push them back all the way back to their own attacker spawn as the defenders. And Neri continues to also be a monster Reina. This is definitely a comfort, you know, agent for her on the Reina, and it's good. I think this is a great sign for the future of Zipto. We do want to see their return back on the championship stage. And even before that, we want to see them in Pacific, being one of the 3 teams to represent SEA. And I think it's pretty clear that it's very likely that they are going to be one of these 3 teams.
Definitely. They continue to prove as to why they are a powerhouse in Game Changers.
Yep. And you can see here, I'm glad to see Mommy's. I'm still not used to it.
Mommy's Little Kittens
games, and I still feel weird calling them Mommy's Kittens. But they got a thrifty round as well. You know, we had some back and forth here. But you know, when it comes to thrifties with they did force Zipto into thrifties a couple times, eco rounds. But the scary thing about Zipto is that even if they are on an eco round, it's still a 50-50 chance you're gonna win. Like, stats are different when you're playing against a team like Zipto, who is just so confident. They will go up and run up in your face with a classic and left click it.
Yeah.
Right clicking it.
Like Zach said, they're like the Godzilla.
Yeah. That we need to find the Kong, you know, of game changers and see an ultimate battle. But I do like where Mommy's Kittens is coming here. They had some amazing moments on Lotus, and this is a really good start, I think, for this brand new roster as a team to move forward. And it's not over for them yet either. They will be moving into the lower brackets, and they could end up facing against Zipto one more time. And by then, you know, if you improve slowly like this in such a short amount of time, I'm sure they're going to cook us something for, you know, the rematch if it gets there.
Yep.
These are just some spectacular moments.
Oh my goodness.
The judge. It was...
Yeah, the judge was insane. Oh, my MVP, Alexi.
Alexi is incredible as a Raze. I would say she's like the Jing of game changers.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna say that actually, because like people were mentioning it too, how she's like the Jing of game changers.
Yeah, she's just so good on the Raze here, and it's as much as Reina and Jet is like an Inari pick, Raze belongs to Alexi. This is her domain when she's on a Raze, and you can imagine why it is really scary to go against a team like Zipto when they're all on their duelist comfort picks.
Yeah, they call Alexi and Inari the Forsaken and Jing of game changers. See why? So what did you think of those games, Victoria?
I think this is a crazy way to kick off playoffs. You know, we want to see... I wanted to see a good fight between the two, but at the same time, I'm really appreciative to see how this ex-SMG roster reformed with a different IGL is still extremely formidable. I do want to see them push all the way into championships again, wherever that is, and I want to see them like represent our region and continue to make us look good. I'm very happy for Zipto.
Yeah, I'm very happy that they might have or most likely might be representing us for game changers. Maybe.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they're not. And I think my only concern for them is getting in the right amount of, at this point, it's experience. Because all the other teams here are, like we said, new. Like, these rosters are new. The roster shuffles are new. They're the only team that's kind of stuck with that main core. So they're going up against teams that have had less practice as a team than them. And I think it's really important to, you know, face another team that gives them a challenge. Of course, I'm sure they'll be doing this in their scrims and finding ways to develop their own team experience and, you know, level up their skills, which is also a crazy notion too. Like, they look so good already. Like, how do you level up from here? But that really is the question that they're going to need to solve.
Who do you think is the team that comes closest to them, actually?
Okay, so next matchup is Boba and Money First. Both of those teams look super solid as well, and I would love, like, I think after we see the next match, all of us, like you, me, the viewers, the casters, we're gonna have like a better idea of how things might unfold. But it's Valorant, you never know. You never know. We've seen like miracles happen, like 3-11s, not just 9-3 curses, so who really knows? What I do want to see more of is, you know, that next level going beyond mechanics. So oh my, no, the SMG jar, I just said it. Okay, so Dax, you're so loaded out. Zipto, I think they are so mechanically gifted, and where do you go from there? How do you level up, right? Like, if you face another team who's just as good, mechanically speaking, you know, aim-wise, like, where do you go from there? That's where you really need to tighten your strats, and go beyond just your raw firepower.
Yeah, and I actually used to play with Alexi before.
What?
And I've seen her really like improve. Like, when I first played with her, she was, I think, silver, and now she's like...
You're kidding.
Yeah, I'm not. She's like, she worked really hard to get where she is.
Oh my god! First of all, what a flex! You're like, oh yeah, I played with Alexi when she was silver. I knew her before she was Alexi. But that's so cool. I feel like there's hope for all of us.
There is. So to all of you watching right now, hard work will get you places.
Yeah.
So speaking of which, we will be interviewing the winners now and the birthday girl, I think. Oh, it's not. Hello, Tara. Hi.
Yeah, I can now. Hi.
Oh.
Hi, Tara.
Hi.
Hi, Tara. What did you do today to be able to perform like that?
Sorry, did I cut off?
What did you eat today to be able to perform like that?
Porridge.
Porridge?
Yeah.
Porridge, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, that's the secret, guys. So,
no.
Oh no, okay. I don't know. Sorry, I was like, I don't want to interrupt the host. Yeah. I wanted to ask, what is it like joining this roster as the IGL?
So I've been with this team last time, right? The previous roster, and I've played with Eneri for 2 years. So I actually know how they play. But coming into this roster, right? I think it's not about the roster. It's about I haven't been in tournament for so long that it was a very shaky start at first. Like I was not confident in myself, and I doubt myself a lot. But I really have good teammates that helped me go through it.
Imposter syndrome is such a thing. And then you perform like that, so...
Yeah,
like...
it wasn't obvious. The nerves.
Yeah.
What opponents are you most looking forward to in Pacific? Like, who might give you the biggest challenge?
I think it's Boba. Yeah, because they also got like the most rounds out of us in playoffs. And their rosters are also so good that I'm looking forward to play with them again.
I'm looking forward to you guys playing against each other.
Yeah.
Actually. But yeah, thank you so much for your time and congratulations.
Thank you for having me.
Congrats.
Oh my god, she's so cute.
That's so cool though. Okay, even though she knows the team really well, you can imagine, yeah, that imposter syndrome, like joining, even though they're all your friends, you're joining as the IGL of the champion team from last year. You probably feel so much pressure.
Yeah, it's nice to know that people get nervous too on their first times. like me. But yeah, they played that so beautifully. I couldn't even tell she was nervous when she was playing. So yeah, we're gonna take a minute break, or like a few minutes break. So we'll see you.
Made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
Hello and welcome back to Valorant Game Changers SCA 2020. So it's been pretty crazy way to kick off playoffs. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja. I like switch hats. I'm like analyst hat over there, and I put on the host hat, and we pulled Quack in to be our analyst. It's so good to be having you analyze things again, Mr.
Well, I prefer the previous person. You know, this one is kind of ugly, and then Maggie was like just like amazing and like super fun to be around. So I don't know, but now you guys get me, this weird awkward duck guy.
I feel like it's a fine. Our desk is nothing but awkward animals and people. Like that's just a prerequisite to be here at the Catalyst desk. And Valorant, that's just the way it is. Now it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool, right? What we just witnessed, Zipto x SMG crew basically, you know, continue to look awesome.
Yeah, and kittens, I guess, also.
I didn't think I'd say mommy or kitten so many times on a Game Changers broadcast, but there we go. I said it so many times. But we got to talk about the upcoming game. This is going to be really exciting, too. We got Boba versus Money First. And even though these team names are new, these players are extremely familiar. Kohibi is even wearing her old jersey here.
We don't have a Boba jersey yet. All right, but yes, let's get straight into this because this is really cool. It's really fun. First of all, yeah, SMG, we got Kohibi, but now they're under this team called Boba, which is basically kind of like the cream of the crop of all the best female players from like each of these different countries. They're kind of like a mixture of RRQ if you think about it, because you've got a Yumi and Alka, but then also some flavors from like players like Kohibi. You've got Rainy, aka, you know, used to be Baby TZ, who used to play with Money First, and then Casper from like some of the South Asian teams as well. And now they've come all together under this new roster known as Boba. So to me, they're kind of like this region super team. On the other hand, though, you've got Money First, and they're the Thai super team. Basically full sense from last year. Now they've got some new players coming in, and you've got, of course, the same players now with different names, like coffee names now, I guess. It's not Muffin anymore. She's Macchiato.
I like it. It's, you know, new year, new you kind of thing with Baby TZ and Muffin. We got, you know, macchiatos go really well with muffins, so maybe there's like going on here. Have a little coffee with your muffin. But yeah, but all these ladies are extremely experienced in Game Changers, and I think, you know, seeing Zipto just now and these two upcoming teams are probably will be contending for these top spots. That said, you know, from the opens, all the, you know, the score, we see all the match scores from the Swiss format leading to this. It still could be anyone's game, right?
It does feel that way, and I do feel that, so because of these changes coming into this year now, there, you know, a team like Boba, for example, pretty much, you know, only formed like a week, if I'm not wrong. It was, yeah, literally a week before we had this whole Game Changers Southeast Asia Open in the first place. So they don't have that much time to train and practice, apart from the fact that they are the best of the best. And on the other hand, you've got this team, Money First, or, you know, Full Sense, still looking for orgs, all of them, looking for representation, but they have that coordination. They have that cohesion from all those years that they've played together before. A Thai super team, they speak the same language, they think the same way, they feel the same way, and I feel like that's kind of the reason why this is going to be a really interesting match.
And we've got our map bans and picks here. We're not going to see Icebox or Breeze this time. Oh, still no Sunset. Darn. But we're going to see a new, you know, fresh maps for the match 2 of today: Split, Bind, and Ascent.
I will say that this is actually pretty darn interesting, because for the most part, yeah, Ascent being the decider, you kind of expected it, right? They're all really used to this one, but Split and Bind now coming in is a little bit more, it's a little bit different, at least for Boba, because I'm not entirely sure what their preferences are yet. This is a completely new team. They just formed. They've got Kohibi as the IGL. Why did they pick this? I have to think it's something due to, you know, their experience playing against each other so many years before, and maybe it's one of these counter picks against Money First, especially, you know, with the other maps being banned out. And you know, you don't want to go onto Breeze because Money First is pretty darn good on that one. So it all comes down to split as well as bind as to how those maps go. However, one more thing though, Vic, is just if we actually take a look at what happened throughout the Swiss stage, Money First lost to Boba 0-2. So that could be some indicator as to how this could go.
Interesting. So their loss was not from Zipto, but from Money First. That's gonna be interesting. Okay, with so many superstars playing on both of these teams, it's really cool, I think, to see Ginny back as well. Once again, she's such a known figure for the Thai game changer scene. Who are you really, eyeing to be the game changer, I guess, for this matchup?
I mean, Ginny definitely, legend. I guess she's called Americano now.
Oh, is she Americano now?
I think so. I don't know.
Oh, man.
So many different names. Like, do you prefer macchiato or Americano? I personally prefer lattes. Never mind.
Are you a latte guy?
Or frappuccinos, because I am fat.
You like the milk. Okay.
Yeah, but if we're going to focus on just players, I think the head-to-head from before says it all, because you've got Muffin, aka Macchiato, versus Rainy or Baby TZ, both from their previous teams, and they're both those Tsar duelist players. And Baby TZ now maybe a bit more freed up to play whatever she wants. So interestingly enough, the maps that they lost previously, for Money First at the very least, was Ascent and Sunset. Now we're going into Split, where things are a lot more compact. It comes down to the executes. It comes down to those violent exchanges. I have to see Money First coming in stronger on this one, especially on the defensive side.
All right, and we are getting an ISO. Oh, we were just talking
about
this with Maggie Carp earlier. We don't see ISO in franchise, gameplay. So we're getting an ISO.
It's actually coming to fruition. Okay, we've got the ISO, but also just paying attention to some of the compositions. Double duelist on the side of Boba, Baby TZ on that Jet, and she's a monster on that Operator as well. And then you've got Macchiato or Muffin on the Raze. So single duelist now going up against this double duelist composition. How will Baby TZ face off against Macchiato? I guess we gotta find out.
Yeah, I think we need more jars also for names that we are saying from last year.
Triple Initiator.
I feel like I should start the jar. Dax shouldn't get all the jars. He already has the SMG jar right now. But I think this is set up to be an incredible first map between these two. And if Money First do win with this particular team comp, I think that's going to be really exciting. I want to see how they're going to end up putting this together.
Yeah, I guess we gotta really see, because we've seen some crazy split compositions for quite a while.
Oh yeah.
Paper X, triple duelist, Yoru's coming out all over the place. This is now a triple initiator pickup. You've got the Sky still back in the game, but then also aided by Gecko, and then the ISO, maybe more of a duelist, but feels like an initiator sometimes. So it all comes down to how this team makes this composition work. I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, I really can't either. And with that, we have to talk about predictions. This is forced upon us all the time, and I was like, I don't know. Okay, the last match was a little bit more obvious. This one, I think it's a bit tougher, right? Who would be your prediction between these two, Boba or Money First?
Honestly, before seeing map picks today, this is so tough. I just went with Boba just because, they're that strong. You've got Kohibi up there. They won in the Swiss stage 2-0, not 2-1, 2-0. And I feel like that's such a big statement. But then now seeing Split coming in, Bind coming in, you've got interesting compositions. My heart wants to root for Money First, so I'm gonna swap a little bit. Let's see what Money First can do.
The swapperoo.
Flip flops.
And the flip flop. Yes, that's what it was. The analyst flip flop. I think I'll stick with Boba. I think this is gonna be a much harder match to predict. For exactly all the reasons that you said. You've definitely convinced me there that this is the first map. We might full well go to 3 maps here, so I think that's pretty much gonna be my prediction. Is just gonna be a 2-1. It's not gonna be a 2-0 kind of game. But Boba, I think Boba is probably, with individually all the players there I feel like they've slightly more experience on high stakes or high pressure situations. They changed it on the spot.
Yeah, they changed it on the spot. I was gonna say, good job, production. Oh my goodness.
Solid. A+.
Yeah. I was not expecting that. Thank you so much for this.
Yeah, and I definitely want to ask them about their team names too. I think this year, that's the question I want to ask every single, all 60 Game Changers teams. I just want to be like,
why Mommy's Kittens? What was the inspiration?
Daddy's Kittens sounds weird.
No!
Mommy's Kittens is better. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't think before I spoke. I was just like, oh, I see it now. Yeah.
Is it okay?
Continue playing. We are going to continue seeing them. They are going to be, they moved on to the lowers, and the same thing happens with this matchup. This match for today. This is not an elimination match. Whoever wins will continue to upper bracket, and the loser goes to the lowers. So, with that, I think we are ready to go into our very first map of today, Split, where we're going to see ISO play. Let's go over to our casters, Zach and Dax.
First things first. Hey, what? I just needed to get it out there, but Zach, our favorite Pacific pair had something to say about this matchup. A lot of things to say, honestly, but many are expecting this to be one of the closest matchups we're gonna get this Game Changers run. Welcome back though, ladies and gents. It is Money First versus Boba. Dax and Zach still with you here together to go for more of the action. And I gotta ask you, Zach, what do you think about this matchup? You got all-stars on one side and all-tie roster on the other, but these names have been around Game Changers SEA for so very long at the highest echelons.
For sure. I mean, there are so many storylines here to just think about, right? You have Baby TZ going up against their old team Rainy. As like Vic said, we have to have a new swear jar or like miss
rename jar, right?
Yeah, rename jar. I think. Yeah, not even misname, just rename jar at this point. Yeah. So of course you have Rainy going up against the whole team that she used to play with for like the last 2 years, in the form of X Fullsend / X10 Sapphire. Like the X's are really confusing here, but whatever. My point is, of course, you have Baby TZ going up against her old team. Like Quack mentioned, this new team Boba here, you could arguably say that they are individually the best players of each country coming together in that 5-person roster. And personally, I love watching rosters like this because you really saw last year what SMG could do with that kind of firepower. And I'm kind of hoping for something similar to come out of Boba. I'm totally not biased here because my favorite player totally isn't on that roster, so not gonna be saying anything in that regard. But I'm just a Casper enjoyer, man. I'm just a Casper enjoyer. Best Astra in APAC, in Pacific. I'm not even gonna say SCA or SA or whatever, but yeah.
You're not wrong. She's been the star of South Asia for so very long. Every time I get to see her play, she's absolutely incredible. But I do want to talk about instead, because I know we're gonna be talking about the all-stars later on once we get into the game, right? The newer faces on Money First, and you guys have been watching Game Changers from last year, and especially we were there actually, Zach. It was Felty as well as KitKat from Team Neons that did absolutely incredible in the grand finals. I think we did cast together. It was a five map series against Nix USA. These two were absolutely incredible at how they performed, and I really feel like the likes of Ginny, the likes of Muffin, they did their scouting in their local scene, seeing these talents that they were almost there at making it to Elite. And now, it's always been the configuration that Ginny does prefer, having that all-tie roster, keeping everyone on the same language, keeping everyone the same wavelength. It's what has worked for Money First so far from the open qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, they've had a pretty convincing run so far. Their only loss being to Boba, of course, so a little bit of a chance for revenge, just like we saw in that first matchup. And I mean, if you look at both these teams, right, they have that international experience. Ginny, of course, from that first Game Changers Championship, Kohibi from the second one last year. So I think that they both do have the potential to take the squad internationally. That said, though, I think that in terms of team cohesion, that was a great point that you mentioned about Money First, just them being able to speak the same language. They have that experience together with that core of, I know they've been renamed. I'm gonna go pull up their new names. Don't worry, Vic, you're not getting any more money off me. But of course, that core of players who used to be called Ginny, Muffin, and Polly, they're still together under new names. Of course, Macchiato,
Zach,
Popo,
let me interrupt
and
you real quick. I need to give you a test since we do have time. So what's the name of Ginny now?
It's Americano. I like my coffee.
Okay.
I remember.
Okay, Muffin's new name.
Macchiato, also coffee.
Okay, good. Polly's new name.
Popo, because it's the same as Polly. Well,
Yep, you're on point. Baby TZ's new name.
Rainy.
Yeah, a 4 out of 4. Vic gets nothing out of Zach today.
At least for this. At least for now. At least for now. I'm sure I'll lose it eventually in the middle. But yeah.
I mean, I'll probably try to reference that too. It's still it's still difficult sometimes when you see some of these names and be like, oh, they were actually this player from before. And speaking of players that have been here before, I think we can really talk about again the duo that has stood the test of time. Aluka, Ayumi, together forever from what we've seen so far. In any given roster, this is a tandem that can play duels together. This is a tandem that plays an incredible duelist plus initiator. The synergy of Aluka and Ayumi is one of the strongest pairs so far in Game Changers APAC history, and they're looking to repeat that in Game Changers SEA.
I mean, you know, since we do have the time, let's go into a little bit of a history lesson here. Of course, that core of Alter Ego Celeste, when they needed a player, it was Aluka who was able to join them. And since then, like you mentioned, it's been this dynamic duo since their Jet Chamber days who have been sticking together and continuing to really do the damage. In particular, Aluka as a player, I've really liked watching her evolution over the years. You know, starting off as just that insta-lock Reyna player who only played Reyna for her team, switching over to a more flex role, and of course, just expanding in terms of not just being able to hit those shots, but also in terms of team play. I think Aluka is one of the players throughout these last 3 years who has grown just incredibly well. So like you mentioned, always exciting to see her and Ayumi take that stage together. And of course, I mean, Quack said it, this is an all-star roster that we're looking at for Team Boba here. Kohaibi, we already talked about her before. She made it to GCC top 4 last year, and now on this team. I think that this team, while they are the second seeded team so far over the course of this open, I also do think that because they have so many different cultures and languages coming in, it's gonna make them stronger in the long run. Sure, in the mid, they might not end up winning this particular open, but I can definitely see them taking at least one down throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, I agree with you. They're all-stars for good reason, and it's a melting pot of different forms of culture, communication, and different ideologies from each team. And I guess I gotta posit the question here right now, Zach. Why isn't Kohaibi part of SIPTO? Same can be said about why isn't Casper part of South Asia's upcoming Game Changers, right? Why isn't Aluka and Ayumi together with the RQ Kaguya Gals anymore? Why isn't Baby TZ part of Money First? But the common factor about all those mysteries has to be the fact that they know each other for so long. They've competed against each other directly at, again, top 3, top 4, all the way to the championship. And they know they're all hungry to win that crown. How do you beat a team perhaps like SIPTO Esports? By forming an all-star squadron of yourself. And right now, Boba is that work in progress that can be utterly devastating moving forward if they unleash their full potential. And I guess I really have to bring up the fact that in the matchup between Boba and Money First, it was Boba that took that series 2-0.
2-0. Yeah, 2-0, and it was a very convincing victory as well. So I am really hoping that Money First has been able to put some other priorities first and maybe done some work. I think that them choosing to bat out that Sunset was a pretty good call, because I think one of the maps that they were taken down in that previous confrontation was Sunset, and them choosing to immediately say, no dice today, we're not gonna fight you on that map. We get it, you have strats. We might not have them yet. We're going to be cooking them up over the rest of the year, and we're not seeing the series head that far today. That said, though, I mean, we saw the Asian comps coming in for this map number 1 while we're waiting to start here. And double duelist versus double duelist. That said, with one of the duelists being an ISO, do you still call it a double duelist, Dax?
I don't even know what to classify ISO by this point. What do you even do with ISO? And we barely has seen ISO in competitive play. I think some of the only times he has been brought out was in BCT China near the early days. But yeah, ISO is interesting. He will take you away from the fight, make you 1v1 him. And that's basically all he really does. You gotta play aim lab sometime, you got a fragile that's like an aftershock, you know, or like a paranoia rather. You have a wall?
You have a wall?
I don't know why you have a wall.
A moving wall.
Yeah, the undercut is just... Okay, cool. I really don't see how it's gonna be that effective in many maps. But, I guess, I do want to give them the benefit of the doubt. They did run this before against the Vandals in the open qualifier. And if you think about it, on a map like Split, because it's very tight, I do feel like the wall, the undercut, actually has some good angles. What's the fragile called? This is the first time in a long time.
I just think of it as like a movable Killjoy alarm bot that you throw at people's directions.
Yeah. So what do you think about this, Zach? Because those are my thoughts about it.
Honestly, I think he's. Look, I look forward to being proven wrong here, but I completely agree with you. I remember, like, in the previous VCTs, you had like the Reyna and the Neon and like the Yoru not being picked much. I think there's a new contender for that title because we're seeing more Yoru, we're seeing more Neon. You saw it in Kickoff, you saw it at Masters Madrid. Where was Aizo? He was chilling. He was chilling in the agent select. So I'm really hoping that we do see something work out with this agent because, there are a lot of agents that fall into that flex category of like Julius Initiator flex, Yoru, other agents as well. And Aizo just seems like a little bit of everything, but it's just too little to really cook with. And that's how I feel about the agent so far. Like, I mean, yeah, he's badass. The idea of a Chinese assassin with the ultimate call kill contract is really cool, but...
I even messed up the names. Apparently, it's the undercuts, the fragile one. Contingency's the wall. But guys, our contingency plan is to call for a break. And when we return, it's time for our second series.
but the positioning for the side of Team Lilith are really good. As RNG takes down Nico, they might be taking 2 down. A boombot explodes. Is there a follow-up kill? Exchanging of gunfires. They're gonna be getting a 2K and a 4K coming from RNG.
Oh, Tofi! What a takedown! Oh my god! You. Oh!
Piffle trying to contest on towards that boathouse angle, peeking out. Oh, a little too overzealous here as Yu-chan is absolutely popping off.
Probably gonna rush out again. Tofi is gonna get a good scan in. Using an Odin takes out Sunny Piffle with Pew Pew.
Yihua in the process. Good backup from VVV. They're playing ping pong at this point. 3v2. Hina pops the tailwind, but VVV is such a monster to move in a good position. Oh, Psycho and Pocket, both stealing 1 kill. H Psycho as well, terrorizing with the operator. Oh, she gets the flick. Looking for the third one. It's a 1v1 now. Time is ticking. Not much time. What the hell was that, Pocket?
Instantly pre-fires there.
Oh my.
Gets 1.
Oh!
Gets 2! Shirazi clutches! Alexei and now gonna find all 3! 1, 2, 3! Alexei! 3 kills! And with the new uplink, now Cypher knows where they are. And there's 3! Alexei popping off with Camille! Flawless!
Just finished everybody off from the flank.
All here, and we taking out Pocket already, and we taking out Sammy, but Jonah taking out Milky, and we taking out Psycho, and we doing a 4th kill, and we get an ace! And we get an ace!
Informasi masuk dari dalam smoke. Ada 2 orang. Ditembak aja, terkena timing oleh Mandu. Kelihatan berdua mereka. Hanya sekarang double tap. Informasi masuk bahwa ada 1 orang di daerah elbow yang berada di backside. Standby untuk mendelete 2 orang sekaligus. Dilakukan backup sama Rice.
Good flash by Zandy. Oh my god, 1v4. Oh my god, oh no.
Casper gets 1, Casper gets 2. Trade on by FNS Fangirl. FNS Fangirl gets 1 more. Good flash by Kohabi. Do they know about the flank? This is just straight up. Oh no, man, there's a spike. I was like, this is a straight up disrespect. Oh my god.
Alexi takes out Casper right off the bat, but Rainy was the up in heaven is clean. Gets a 3rd for herself from the round. For Zipto. Oh my god, Rainy is absolutely filthy with it. The 4th coming out from Kamiyu. Rolling Thunder keluar Kamiyu. Crowded step ke arah depan untuk menghindari Rolling Thunder. Kamiyu mendapatkan 2. 2v1 situation. Kamiyu dapat 3. Terakhir Rainy. Low HP.
back. But we're making sure everything is a-okay. Still getting everything set on up. And we're all awaiting this incredible matchup between Money First and Boba. That's Zach still here, ready to yap. And, okay, Zach, we took a while getting ready. We're still making sure everything is fine. But I guess my first question to ask you right now is, what are you expecting from this matchup? Just because of all the names that are so familiar to us coming into this series.
I mean, honestly, I think that it should be like a pretty competitive matchup. I think that both these teams, like you mentioned, a lot of star power on both of these sides. You have like the X10 Sapphire core going up against arguably the best player from each country that these players are a part of. So it's pretty much exactly what it sounds like. It should be like a banger. At least I'm hoping that's the case. I mean, our analyst did mention that this is a game that has happened before in that group stage where Boba were able to pull off the 2-0. So I'm hoping that that's not going to be the case this time around, that it's a little bit more competitive, a little bit more spicy here, especially with the map picks being a little bit more skewed, I would say.
Yeah, and not only that, again, we have names so familiar to us that I need to bring up again the fact that you have Muffin, Ginny on one side for Money First, you have Baby TZ on the other, and they were the closest ones when they were back in Full Send Sapphire to actually taking down Team SMG last year, 2023. Remember the Open 2 qualifiers, or rather, the Open 2 Grand Finals, that it went all 5 maps. It looked to be finally the chance for someone to take down Team SMG, but yeah, Team SMG, they dug deep. They got the win there on Pearl, 13-10, way back when. And a member who was part of that roster was Kohaibi. Now Kohaibi and Baby TZ are together. You got Muffin and Genie on one side. Muffin especially, one of the best players from last year. But then again, if you remember some of the awards, Zach, for Game Changers especially, that I think it was from VALORANT to Asia or whatnot, it was Kohaibi of all the Team SMG members that took that top spot away from everyone else on her team.
Yeah, I mean, when I still remember one of the games that she was playing on Cypher on Haven, she had like a KDA of 34, like 33 or something, like a 10 KDA. So understandable. Honestly, I would probably do the same. I mean, we were part of the award panel, Dax. We were low-key responsible for her getting that trophy.
I voted her for top 1, actually. I did. I'm not ashamed to say that. And
I said Alexi. She was my number 2. Kohaibi was my number 2.
I think so too. I think it's like, we're exposing ourselves pretty much.
It's okay,
a lot
it's
of this.
okay.
I guess I'm not afraid. I think it was like, I went Kohaibi, Alexi, and my hot take was Shirazi over Inari. Just because I looked at the criteria. It said open 1, 2, 3, and GCC. So I'm like, Inari wasn't there in open 1, so I'll give it to Inari. And I think my 5th was, I think it was either a Yumi or Aloka. I cannot remember. I think she was my 5th. But yeah, it was such a competitive team. It was such a dominant team per se. And right now, it's just so interesting that we have such a, I don't want to say the word, but honestly, it's like a buffet. It's a smorgasbord of different talents on that Boba side that I really wonder how they're going to be forming up coming into the next few series that they're going to have in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, because even though Boba was able to find the advantage in that initial confrontation, like Quack mentioned there on the analyst desk, this is a team that has less than a week's time, I would say, playing together before this qualifier started. So I think that they're definitely figuring out the kinks as they go forward on the road here. Compare that with the core that we already highlighted for Money First, that they have that experience together, and they have a couple of other Thai players joining who are also pretty experienced. Like Felchi was there last year. Kit Kat has been around in Elite since 2021, if I'm not wrong, on one team or the other. I think she was part of that original Arikata Resta roster that we haven't seen hide and hair of since 2023. But again, just very experienced players coming in from both sides here. And personally, I'm hoping that this one we actually do see some more competition, I would say. That said, I'm gonna go for the hot take here. I don't think that's gonna be really happening on Split, just because I think ISO is so underwhelming. I'm just an ISO hater. I'm just an ISO hater.
I literally said during the break, we're not gonna talk about the ISO hate anymore.
We have time, Dax. We have time.
If the ISO wins, what do we do?
Cry. Cry. I cry, but I don't. While I think about that horrific possibility, we do still have some technical difficulties, so we're gonna be taking another break. week, so everyone get some snacks, get some water. I don't know, I think you're gonna need it when this game starts. And we will go back to pontificating about how much we hate ISO away from your precious ears, because you don't need to hear this.
All you, Zach, all you. See you guys in a bit.
Got him all blood, but a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit. Room, boom, up 400, that's whoa. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body to get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain, though. I don't want cut my lane. Running fist fire, scare no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. What's poppin' and poppin'? Love in the morning, blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the envy, all fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, let's go. Got him all blood, but a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit. Room, boom, up 400, that's whoa. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body to get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, scared of my life. Grape hat flavor. Take all the vice. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. Renegade, 为心将我包围。Renegade， 弄我自我击坠。娱乐下靠近我外套，一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标 ？Renegade， go on the more。
at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. तरुण मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलो मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick. I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way or leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees. Would you just surrender? Put your back down on your knees. I am the. Put your back down on your knees.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你没胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way up and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。倒是我起来和盐酸奶直接出了那战斗。I'm great, I go way up and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yes, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受。Standing tall through the test.
Y'all ready for a show? Because we are finally prepared to get this series going. And I'm so excited for this one, Zach. Who do we have here? Boba on one side, Money First on the other. I know you have your own thoughts and reservations about the ISO, but I just want to get this game started already. And Splits, it's gonna be our first map. Let's get into it, because I know all of these players, all of these two teams, they want to make it through to the next part of the brackets.
Yeah, I don't think it's just the teams. I think everybody who's been waiting in chat, as well as all of us from this production side, have been waiting, and I cannot say it have been really waiting to get into this game. So thankfully, we're going to be getting started with Split pretty soon. We have a double duelist on both of these sides here. Boba with the traditional, I believe it was a Jet and a Raze, going up against the less traditional Raze and ISO. Let's see how that pans out for Money First. I do believe that it is Boba starting off on this defense side here. And Split, of course, despite the changes that have come and gone, still continues to be statistically at least a defense-sided map. So I think it's their map pick. It's going to be territory that they're comfortable on, and it's going to be exciting to see how they start things off here.
Yeah, always has been, always will be, and as of right now, Boba's the one to set the pace of how this game is gonna go. Moving further down the line though in the map pool, quick little reminder guys, we got Bind next as Money First is map pick. Ascent to Decider, a rematch from the open qualifiers actually, and speaking of that, it was Boba taking that series 2-0. So Money First looking for revenge. Not only that, another date with the upper bracket if they take it. Whoever loses though, there's still a lower bracket to contend with. I wonder who's gonna be taking the series out. It can get close as we get into the action. Immediately, there's the contingency to keep Macchiato in a very good spot halfway. And look at the timing, bolt line after, but Kahibi able to just get the peaks anyway.
Yeah, at least Felshi able to get that spike down, but it's still going to be a 3v5. The retake already kicking in high gear here as Boba is able to find yet another opening. Two players both on site. Boba with the help of that ISO trying to find something to work, but it's just going to be a flawless retake here to come in for Boba. They didn't even drop one body while they take care of the side. And sure, Money First was able to get that spike shot down, but just no chance at being able to defend it throughout that entire round.
Okay, so interesting round there for Money First too. I think you can see how they're gonna look to play the ISO, be that first, I don't want to say in, but it's the first piece of utility to get them a bit closer. And then something like the fault lines when they get moved on up, it allows them to bridge the gap even closer. But then again, you saw how Boba played that retake, play towards screen, stay away from the stun, and as soon as they peak, they got 3 kills from it.
Yeah, that was really, really nice work, especially Alico being able to go in for those jiggles, do so, get that pick, and just help anchor down Heaven, make sure that that control doesn't get lost here. They're gonna be seeing a little bit more of a pivot here to come out of Money First, maybe opting to try and seek out that Heaven control early on here. Kawaii, of course, will be forced to expend both of those cages in an attempt to stay alive here. In fact, will desperately be forced to fall back into a little bit more of a safer angle. A bit more control taken by Money First here as they look to get that spike down. But once again, it's Aluka towards CT who's been able to do the damage. Just gonna be a 1-for-1 trade though, unless like Yubi has something to say about it, and she does with the help of this outlaw here. 3v3 situation. Another coming in for Baby TZ. Immediate trade though to come out of KitKat, and now it's just a 1v2 here. Ayumi shuts things down completely on the site with the help of that outlaw.
That's way too many outlaws for a second round. They do get to save it, but Money First doing some incredible damage coming into their eco. And that's one thing that a team led by Ginny or now Americano can do in these kind of scenarios. The shot calling, the IGL, running everything
One
in
enemy
check.
remaining.
And from what we saw so far, the Dizzy plus the undercut to clear out Heaven, force Boba to play the retake game. Slowly but surely, Money First is getting more and more steps into the site with it.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite things about Ginny is how good she is at adapting to situations mid-round, mid-game, and I think that's just a lot that comes with the experience that you have if you're a player like her. This time around, Money First is going to be having their full buy here, and they're just going to be going for a very, very straightforward hit onto this A site. Off the back of that tripwire, though, it's going to be Kahibi to find first blood, just a sheriff in hand, but that's going to be all she needs, and now Money First, they're in the retake situation once again. Boba, though, they have the numbers up.
Been faster now from Money First. But they made it to the site, losing one along the way. Boba still looking to play the retake game. The screen's push covered by the Nebula. KitKat watching out for the flank. For now, Kohabi gets away with her life. Americana, though, able to receive her and catch her in the app. MNF with the gun. They're ready to hold the angles, but Alec with the Corralo with the sheriff of all things. A 2-for-1 with a single bullet on the hand cannon. Casper, though, on the board. Trying to get halfway. Cover from Alika. There's the swing from Americana. Peek there. And a shot from Alika rings through. Boba still with the bonus, and the retake game has been so strong so far.
I want the kind of teammates in my rank games like Aluka and Casper were, where I can stick the spike and believe that they would cover me instead of just me getting my head popped off. But that's the difference between a professional player and my casual rank games. A really, really nice retake, like you mentioned. Aluka, of course, going huge with a double on that sheriff, and of course, just this post plan, this awareness of where this final player is for Aluka to give her the 3k as well as the defuse for Boba to convert that bonus here. Really, really nice round. It's going to set them up for great financial success in the future, especially with Baby TZ investing in this operator, and also gets that Rolling Thunder much closer to fruition here. Casper now gonna be playing that crossfire aggression that you see around this B side so often, especially with that one-way coming in early.
Feeding Yumi the orb too. So far, from what we've seen from Boba, it's just that natural instinct, right, of these individuals working in tandem, knowing the tendencies of each other, even from opposite teams. Yumi looking to get back into garage, avoiding gravity as well, so good escape there with a blast back. It's also Casper watching out for anyone from the entrance, but Americano hits a stellar shot. That's massive because now Ayumi is stuck here. Ivy also from above, but KitKat with a surprise, and it's money first, getting the numbers now. An operator, a little bit difficult for Baby TZ to work with in the retake. Still KitKat waiting here by Vale. A flash comes on in. Confirmation still. Money first has already picked up some guns, and Macchiato wants to be that front line. A star setup onto the smoke. A drop down here from Boba now to look and make this retake happen. And Baby TZ has picked up a Phantom now. Alika though with a crossfire set. There we go. Baby TZ trying to get halfway, but timing from KitKat. Watch out for him. A shot from heaven. Now Baby TZ grounds her. He won. Baby TZ trying to get away with it. Americano on one side. Teammates before. Foes now. But it's Baby TZ with the 1-up. And Boba will get their 4th.
It was an eco round, so all things considered, kudos to Money First for making that round so close. But what a clutch to come out of Baby TZ, and she's able to get that operator back into her pocket as well. So overall, a very, very good round for both teams. Money First, of course, nice adaptation, going in for a mid pressure instead, and they've been very good at these big sightings because I think that they've kind of figured out that Boba's strategy is more towards that retake setup here, and they're taking full advantage of it. I'm just looking forward to seeing if they can actually, now that they have a buy, continue to expand on the strategy and do better, especially since they have a lot of these crucial ults.
And interesting enough, I don't think we have thought about too much.
Oh
but Baby TZ on the jet in the front line. A far cry from being that Sentinel player before. Back in full sense Sapphire, but she's always had the aptitude for it. And I gotta say, Zap, as Boba moves down the line in series after series, in matchup after matchup, we're gonna see more situations where a player from one team before faces off and just kills teammates from the past. Felsi falls too, as Baby TZ is in control main.
I would kill to read the team chat, text chat in this game. I feel like it's gonna be really cute and really funny at the same time. But that said, like you mentioned, Dax, Baby TZ, you know, you said she was on the Sentinel first. I would just like to highlight the Sentinel. Last year it might have been Killjoy, but before that, it was Chamber.
Yeah.
Chamber was her Sentinel of choice, so it's nice to see her going back to those operating routes here to be able to continue to find the damage here. 2 huge kills, still a buy here for MNF. They still have a couple of ultimates to work with. They look to pivot over towards that B side, but there's still a stranglehold to come out of Boba here. Both Casper and Yumi looking to kind of anchor it down. That said, it's going to be safety numbers here for this team to find Yumi. Just a little bit of HP left, and they're both going to fall here on this side, bringing things down to a 3v3 once again.
Yeah, the double pulse really keeping Boba in tough spots. Immediately from the undercut pressure, Popo gets in there. Cosmic Divide alongside the plant. They're too late to deny the spike plant itself. Alka might think twice about pushing forward there. Baby TZ throwing out the smoke, psych things out. Now she bursts on through, looking for another target yet again. It will be Americano there to try and contest her. A 1-for-1. The blades don't connect fully. It's still the Astra alive for now. Americano makes them work for it. Baby TZ good for 3 though. And it's KitKat, the new face on the block, looking to face off against Baby TZ. It will be though halfway done. Doesn't stick it, and KitKat gets one up there too. It's now MNF getting on the board here, Zach.
What a nice round to lose 2 players so early on and then just have the presence of mind to reassess your resources, go in for that side hit, in tandem, and of course just to play out that post plant separated, knowing that Boba likes to go in for these quick takes. So overall, very nice adaptation to the game, and also, I mean, of course, I feel like maybe TC could have just stuck it, but when you don't know where that final player is, if they're pushing you or not, you have to take that 1v1, and I just feel like maybe TC didn't have the confidence to be able to stick that spike through.
Yeah.
Interesting reversal of fortunes here, though. Despite that early 4-round lead, there's just no money in the bank here.
It's always been Boba struggling to keep their numbers alive, Zach. Even in their wins, how many were left? Around 2, around 3. Their eco, they only had 2 players with 2 outlaws. Their bonus, it was also very testy and absolutely full of casualties. In any case, though, take a breather here. Got Yumi watching out for Masters.
you and me.
The fault line. There's pressure, but here we go. The 1v1 with a kill contract. Popo has the angle, and it will be her taking the dub there versus Ayumi. But while this happens, it ends up a 2v2 trade. Awkward Felty stuck in the middle, and it's still Boba in control of the areas here.
Taking cover.
They have the numbers as
Got
well.
the spike.
At least spike is going to be retrieved here by Money First. They could pivot over towards A. They know that there's a couple of players still around this B side, so that does seem to be the call here. A side is of course completely open for business. I think they'll figure that out when they take a little bit more space here. And of course the patience from Boba. They know that in these kind of eco rounds, it's important to try and stick together to make sure that you find those trades consistently. And the thing is, once that spike goes down on this A side, that's the cue. So they're not only going to be able to rotate together, they will also be able to pick up some guns. But look at the strategy. 26 seconds left and actually clearing CT first. I like that.
Exactly. Money First, not only thinking about perhaps transition into CT, but a backstab was a possibility. So I'm not on their side. MNF now, they will confirm their intentions onto A.
10
as
seconds
soon as
left.
Spike gets planted, it will be Boba scrambling into mid to pick up those rifles as you mentioned. It's time now for the setup from Boba. 3 of them running together, still that discipline to play as a unit. Vandals ready, Americano and Popo. Just veterans truly. From Full Send Sapphire, looking to do what needs to be done. A tandem that's played together for so long. LFT'd even after Sapphire couldn't get the job done last year. Dash on Indo, Baby TZ the one. Behind Americano, Popo, they deliver, they provide. Baby TZ though, familiar faces yet again. With 3k, she's good so far with 5 HP. It's gonna get even tougher. Makes her way towards the spike. Popo with a wrap around. And the ISO has the angle, but Baby TZ hits the shot. Time though, not gonna be enough now. And MNF will take their second here.
Impressive round there overall, and of course at least for Boba's side it wasn't equal. They were able to make an expensive buy together in this particular one. Really nice round though, like you mentioned. I mean, we asked what an ISO could do. That's what an ISO can do. It can grab your cypher out of the site, no more trick fires, no more utility, and just take them out of the equation. Finally, that ultimate finding some good use and some good damage in the process here. That said, still ultimates online for Boba. Thrash gonna be there for Felchi as well, so I'm kind of excited to see if that's gonna be a part of the strategy in trying to take these sites here. And I think Boba, they're gonna have to just go back to the drawing board a little bit because they've been depending on these retakes so far, but I mean, they've been struggling the last couple of rounds to make it happen.
Yeah, not only that, retakes plus also relying on Baby TZ in the clutch. Speaking of though, he's already good for the one. Popo able to find Ivy in response, and down below, Alucard tries to hold down the evade. A good shot there onto Popo. Boombot makes some noise as Ayumi's the one holding now. She has a showstopper, but she might get caught busy with utility. There's the cover from Baby TZ, but it's a little too late. Macchiato moves on forward. Casper now able to give in at least a single kill there, but it's not enough. MNF are finding their form here.
Finding their form, finding the kills, and I mean, if you look at the evolution of their gameplay from that first round, it's just a sign of how good Jenny is in that ideal position, right? Being able to, or sorry, as we call her now, Americano.
I mean,
Americano
just Jenny. It's probably her veteran name by this point, but I completely agree with you, Zap. Just the micro adjustments about the fights themselves are really allowing Money First to get in there.
Just the amount of space they're taking as well, right? Like in the beginning, you saw them just going in for the site rushes. Now, though, they're going more for the split plays, taking more space before even getting that spike down. I think it's been really working out for them. Now, though, they're back to their safety and number strategy. They know that this is an equal round. Once again, for Boba, don't really want to risk using too many guns. And it's the satchling into the face here to take out Casper. Ayumi and Baby TZ, though, between them, it's still able to find a couple of kills. Trades coming in quickly here. Showstopper invested in fact by Ayumi and the Marshal and the Sheriff as well to find that final kill. Boba, they bring back this equal round
No
in
one
space.
beats
They
my
say,
firepower.
"Hey,
I got this."
Well, we're faster.
What happened there to Macchiato? I thought she was them able to get the good entry going, but shoots down Casper, immediately traded there by Baby TZ. And it's money first to handle the chaos. It just all falls apart, especially after a bit of the flash utility not really working out in their favor. I think that was probably Aluka from above, keeping everything in control. And a timeout is a must. You said it was an eco, and it all fell apart for Money First as Boba took control and now have the advantage here.
Yeah, I think that was a huge round definitely for Boba to come out, and of course, just I think that it was also kind of a gamble stack setup coming out of Boba. I think that 4 of their players were like hanging around that side, and whoever wasn't there rotated really, really quickly. I think that with Money First playing the way that they have, not really going for a lot of map control, not really playing for the time either, has kind of enabled Boba to make that quick read and just make that gamble that, all right, they're committing here, so let's just commit our resources too, fight them on site, and it works out great. So I think Money First, I would like to see them take a little bit more map control. I would like to see some lurks coming in as well, because yeah, you are running a very aggressive team comp with the double duelist, double initiator, but you have an Astra, that's global utility, so maybe make use of it.
Yeah, true. The protocol has just been site execute, and most of the ways they've used utility is to clear out the closer angles, make it safe for them to spread out once they make it to either A or B. But the fact of the matter is, the rest of the map is all the game that Boba would love to play. Evan, especially a control point that we don't see too much from MNF coming into that B site. Speaking of now, Ayumi alongside Casper ready to take advantage. It's not the best buy for Money First here. 3 sheriffs. They have some ultimates to work with though, so perhaps Velcy can actually bring the front, use that thrash to start off the action here.
I'm wondering if we are going to be seeing those ultimates really being committed right now, especially since it is an equal round, but that's going to be the first satchel push through. Unfortunately, Macchiato going to be caught out in the open and decaffeinated very quickly. Once again, we're going to be seeing that ISO ult come into play. Once again, another victory for Popol. Shout out to the Observer who's actually getting every single one of these fights. I feel like we always miss it. Oh, never mind. There's never ISO in the mainstream. We don't miss it. But okay, no more. No more. I'm sorry.
Look. I think our Obs is one of the ISO players that's just like, I can't believe Zach saying this about one of my favorite agents.
I don't think anybody would be saying that, dude.
You're offending like the 2-3 people who main ISO on the chat right now.
There's that many? Really?
Show me a target. 30 seconds left.
Okay. But I do want to say though, I'm surprised Popo was confident to play the kill contract with only a bulldog. Shot though does prove me wrong. Very impressed by that. Concern. Operator. There you go. Didn't get too much, but Americano's in, and this is time for MNF to get in there.
Remaining. 10 seconds
time, you
left.
say, but there is no time, and with 10 seconds up to the clock, where do they go? What can they do? Sure, the spike is in the hands of Kickout, but with 26 HP left, just not many places that she can go aside from an early grave. Sure, it was an eco round for MNF, but that said, Boba, they're going to be very happy to confirm it and carry forward 3 weapons into this next round, so definitely going to do wonders for their economy that has been very hit or miss so far. That said, though, I am liking the usage of this ISO just to be able to, because you know how heavily Boba like to play off of each other in this game so far. Just being able to pull out one link of that puzzle, use it to dismantle the rest, it's been very effective.
Yeah, but I think the concern is you can pull one piece of the puzzle, but the rest of the picture is still there, Zach. It doesn't matter if you take one away. It's just the rest, the 4, they're able to hold things off, handle all that kind of pressure, and still, these are very independent pillars that have come together as a team. That's the strength of Boba as a whole. Got Baby TC now. Oh! The contingency gets in the way of the operator shots. Baby TC has to get away from it, but the Aluka's already prepared for the rest of the roster of MNF. And Baby TC's reposition nets that second kill. All Boba all day. They're in control of the fight so far. Ayumi also watching from ramp on top of the box. Boba doesn't expect it. Another kill for Ayumi. Here comes the aftershock, but the damage has been done. And Boba will hold off MNF for now. The swing is not good. Americana falls. Boba with 7.
Yeah, Boba looking really caffeinated here. I think that's why they called themselves Boba, because, you know, not only do they shut down other coffee drinks on this map, they also seem to just have had a lot of caffeine because their reflexes are on point. That said, though, I mean, okay, a lot of things about this round. First of all, Operator, great. Baby TZ, great. But I think in particular, for MNF, whenever they do head into these Cypher sites, they just get dismantled. Like, they seem to have no workaround to Kohaimi's tripwires. And, you know, Kohaimi might not be up on the kill board for once in terms of just, KDA, which we're used to seeing her have more of, but I think that's more because Baby TD is the one who's claiming that pop-up. Like, Kohabi is just like, alright, if they come into my tripwires, that's gonna help me kill guys, otherwise I'm gonna relax, watch my camera.
I mean, we've seen that from Kohabi, especially when she used to play Sentinel and SMG. Just, okay, you guys can go in the front line. I am Plan B. I am, of course, keep everything calm. And speaking of Kohabi's spray down, is so sublime. A triple kill so easy in mid. And Boba is utilizing this defensive half so well here.
Before the switch.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much exactly what we were saying about Kohabi before she got that 3K. You know, you go somewhere else, I'll let my teammates kill you. You come to me, I'll take care of it myself. I think that was exactly what we saw there. Really, really quick eco round that was dismantled by Boba once again, who are slowly but surely starting to build up hectic momentum here on this defensive side. Just a couple more rounds left to go here. Rather, one more round left to go here. And the question is, can MNF find one more? They have their full buy, have a lot of ults to work with here. Thrash as well as Seekers gives some early info. Proficiency once again coming through to try and get some space off of here. And Ayumi with the Odin still able to stay alive somehow. I don't know how.
You know how?
Somehow.
You know how she used the gravity well to her advantage? She gets sucked in back of the cover after a delicate peek really into Rams. And at least thank you there to Americano. Now Kohabi again. Always stable, always steady. And you said it, Zap. You come to Kohabi, you expect to die. Kohabi cleans up house. 3 fall to her hand. Going for a 4th. Casper though has the angle on Heaven. And in the end, Boba should make this a 9-3 half. A stellar lead coming into their attack.
Yeah, so 9-3 half on defense on split. I feel like we've heard this story so many times before, not just in Game Changers, but also on VCT Pacific. That said, really good lead that they have to start off with.
Switching
4 more
sides.
rounds that they need to fight on attack, and with that double duelist comp, I feel like they could work wonders here. But, you know, it's not entirely bad. We could see a lot of very close rounds coming in with Money First really putting up a show as well.
Yeah, Money First will be at least going into the defense with 2 rounds in their hand. We see the plan really with the ISO. It's just not good enough when Boba are masters of what we've gotten from the retake. I'm not throwing shade at the ISO. I'm really just giving props to how Boba's been playing. But you know who else has something to say? It's our panel.
I hope we have some shade.
Why do you guys want shade? Why you gotta be shady like that, Zach and Dax?
He's the Slim Shady. I hear them wheezing.
Yeah, I hear wheezing coming from one of the casters. Anyway, it's been you know what? I have to just point out that Quack's predictions are usually wrong, so this is mostly his fault. You know, that it's not going whatever he predicted, which was Money First. Boba had a dominant start with a 4-0, and you know, they played split against Rima, one of the other top 8 teams here, and looked really good, and it looks like they're continuing to be very strong.
They are. I mean, I guess I kind of predict with my heart, not my mind. So sometimes that's what happens. I mean, to be fair, Popo is 2-for-2 with those ISO alt kills, and you know, Split is a very interesting map where we see a lot of these new compos. Split is the map where you played Yoru in a competition, and you had some prize winnings.
Yeah, Ayumi was our team captain, and we were playing against Kohabi's team and Casper's team on Split. I think. Yes, Split is one of those maps that is made for experimentation with interesting comps, new comps. We see it across Pacific. It obviously, even in our own FSL competition, we got to experiment a bit. This is the map to do it. You know, we see how triple duelist comps. We see the Euro being used as initiator. We see it happening here with the ISO. This is the map for it. Yeah, well then, I think we're ready to go back into the second half. So we'll do that. Sorry, I totally took the mic from you. All right, let's get back to the game.
Quack's just there to smile, okay? He's like the visual of the group right now.
Smile and wave, boys.
I saw Quack's. I mean, I saw Quack on the cam, obviously. And the first thing I thought when I saw his hair, I was like, man's going for the K-pop look, you know, Zach?
Hey, I said that.
Oh yeah, I said he looked like Faker, you know? Man's going for the league look. He's the visual. What's it called in the K-pop band? The center, you know? That's Quack for you guys.
I don't know anything about K-pop or League of Legends, and I think I would like to remain that way. But I do agree that Quack's hairstyle looks great. Back into the game though, because I really don't know much about either of these topics. I do know that I hate ISO, but that's about it. That said, Boba, they've taken a lot of space early on here already. Ramp control garnered by Baby TZ. It's just a fake ploy though, because the rest of the squad, they're working their way through mid instead. And the rotation, it's already been drawn a little bit towards the spawn area. Depends to see how much more value Baby TZ can find. It's all a question of timing.
And so, pretty while ago, Boba's the one who maximizes their movement around the map, and exactly that. Now they're gonna look to reconvene actually into A. Not faking the rotation, they just wanted to see how much they can pull in the first place, and over onto the side, the anchor, Macchiato sinks with the ship. It's Boba already good for the 2. They also invade all the way into screens. Baby TZ wants to fight. She's putting up the fisticuffs. She wants to go for the punches, but Sayumi apparently the one hit instead by Felsi. A spike planto in a 4v3 scenario. You got Casper ready yet again. She's been good at hitting some solid shots so far. Alika also ready with the fault line as soon as the peak comes. The stun connects with the cloud burst. Is there cover here for Money first to try and get through, but there's no escaping the utility and the pistol shots of Alika and Baby TZ. Double digits now for Boba as they get the pistol.
One of the teams that I really remember seeing run Breach on this map and make it work was G2 Gozen all the way back in 2022. And I think that Breach pick, you can really see how much value it brings, especially when you have a hyper-aggressive jet like Baby TZ is playing. And that post plant as well, right? Olga, despite having like 10 HP to her name, not only going to be able to find that first kill, but also use that aftershock to gain even more damage value. So just really using this team comp to maximum effect, whether it's in terms of information, space taking, or just post plan. Boba showing exactly why they picked what they did.
Yeah, Boba right now, Baby TZ is having such a heyday here against his former teammates. 20 kills, very familiar. And I do believe Ayumi might have seen the foot of the ice, so Popo eventually does fall. Macchiato also a kill out of nowhere. The short is good enough to net at least one, but this spike is gonna go on A side very quickly. They go back to Money first on the retake, but Ayumi wants to finish the job off early on. Here on screens, there's aggression, but numbers are too much to handle. Dizzy also thrown. Baby TZ now at Casper, setting up for the crossfire. The Moombot forces the hand. Issue of pressure. Casper though holding steady and ready for any kind of CQC. Boba's 11th round is here.
Gun here.
You know, like how sometimes on Master Shift they have like these really intense grinders to just grind really hard food into soft food. That's what it felt like. Just Casper and Baby TC spraying down whoever tried to come through that choke point. There was just no safe space for MNF to really make their way through. And look at this Casper, fully stunned, concussed, blinded, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's just a Spectre to find heads, and 11th round to come in for Boba. They did lose a couple of guns in that anti-eco, so this bonus all looking as hefty as it could have, but that said Money first. This is their last chance to kind of stop Boba from running away with the game.
Whenever I see something like that, all I think is stun. It's more of a suggestion, not really a debuff there. Casper, they're just sharp anyway, they can handle it. Felsi though, a nice thing after the flash. And MNF trying to take the fight to Boba, but Boba still behind. He collects. Kit Kat though, holding steady here on Heaven. There's the TP now for Casper to reposition onto the side. She had a spike anyway, so good call. It will be a post plant here. 2v2. Gohaibi gets the contact. Kit Kat very low on the HP. Casper gets away from the paint shells also. Somehow Boba staying with their lives. Maybe not for long, as Kit Kat and Macchiato have gotten the job done, and MNF needed that one there, Zach.
They really did, and Macchiato, of course, just to be able to keep that pressure up, not really let Casper and Kohaibi reset to play out that 2v2 in a more ideal situation. That was very well played by MNF, but the problem here is that, remember, that was MNF's full buy going up against Boba's eco there, and they're only able to carry forward 2 more rifles into this next round, so this buy, this economy, still looking a little bit shaky here, but when you're down 11-4, I guess that it's just round by round, brick by brick, that you try to make that comeback happen. And Money First, they don't have the best buy, yes, but they still have 3 rifles, they have a Guardian, they have a Bulldog, and they are close to getting a lot of these ults to snowball, so I'm hoping that that's going to be enough.
Yeah, there's a chance, but if they lose this, they're going to see Boba on map point, and you never want to be the receiving end of that. You got Popo though. Still here by Mail. I'm very concerned about ISO playing a position like that. How do you get out? Apparently, it's by going to the next round immediately. Baby TZ, Alika, Casper. A roll call now for Boba to push in. Casper thinking about utility. Just wants to shoot down her target. Where are you going, Americano? Where's the Astra headed? There is just nowhere to hide from Ayumi. It's a stellar clear from Boba here.
Yeah, that was a certified why are you running moment. Now just Macchiato left in versus the world here, 1v5, and unfortunately, it's going to be just a bit of a race diff towards that CT as Boba gets to match point on their map pick. 1 round is all that stands between them, and whatever comes next, which will be bind. So yeah, I think if we see a repeat of that kind of ISO play, it's not going to be next round, it's going to be next map, the way that this one's going. So you're going to have to be a little bit more cautious about how exactly you want to play that, I think.
Just, you're not a Jet. You're not Raze, you're not the Reyna.
You're not Chamber.
You're not Chamber. I'd even say Neon can get out there better than us. And Popo's been good at the 1v1s. I think she's won every single kill contract she's had in this game. It's just not enough to really contribute. It's a little bit half-baked from M&M because they only get half the distance really with the contingency. And speaking of now, they have half the firepower of M&M, or rather Boba. Maybe T's good run, but Maki out to play security guard. The Bucky! Brilliance there to play close! But Boba still have the rifles, and now they're marching their way onto A. The path is set, victory is in reach, and Americano is the only one who can stop them. But what can really Genie do now? Hearing in from heaven, Alika gets the plant, but here comes encirclement, here comes Ayumi, and we are done with map number 1. Boba commands it with a 13-4.
Yeah, just speedrunning their way through a split. They're going to be feeling pretty happy about that one. A very dominant victory to take the lead in the series here. And I mean, like you said it, Dox, it was half-baked. That's the best way to say it, you know? It was an interesting team comp, which we haven't seen before. They tried to play to their strengths, and there were, like you said, a couple of individual moments where the players could shine. We could kind of see what they were trying to cook, but I feel like this team comp needs to go back into the oven, cook for, I'd say, a little bit longer, if not a lot longer, and come back out to see if this team can accomplish more with it, because like you said, individually they were great. I think that like you said, every single ISO was going in favor of ISO. Great, you were able to take some space with the contingency. Great, but what do you do after that? And that's kind of where we really saw this team kind of break down here. Boba, on the other hand, it was their map pick. They looked like they had strategies for literally everything: eco rounds, defense, attack, whatever you want to call it, retakes. They were just so much more better prepared, I felt like.
Yeah, and that's the keyword right now. The retakes, especially in that first half. Pistol round from the beginning, right? They already understood they're getting all this space. They didn't try to force the issue by playing close contact. And also, to bring out a few more facts there, we're going to throw it over to our panel to break down that first map.
And the first map does go to Boba. I still am wondering if we're gonna go into a full 3-mapper today. Still totally possible. This was Boba's map pick splits. Now they, showed why this is indeed their map pick, and we saw it since the very beginning of this particular game with 4 straight wins in a row before it started going back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, it was really strong start. They were really decisive in how they wanted to play this, because you could see that they started off on the defensive side. Money first had to attack. It was a lot of executes, and that's what you want to have with that kind of composition. It's very innovative. I really love how you have this ISO. But like Dax says, sometimes what is your game plan if you're playing such a close contact position and you don't have an escape route? I guess you just go straight to the next round. So that's kind of what happens sometimes, because Money First would have these ideas, these set executes that they want to break into a site, but Boba instantly knows how to work around that. They stayed hidden inside of Casper's dark cover. You had Kohibi with the spy camera. It's a lot of information and basically free kills for some of these players, and that is why you also have Rainy with the MVP. Look at that, 26 kills on this Jet. And it's just incredibly smart how they played this, the first 4 rounds. And afterwards, they started to build more confidence. But at the same time, Money First had some interesting ideas. I really love how Ginny tried to, how Americano tried to adjust things around with some split pushes. They managed to get the spike planted at some points. That's why you see those 3 out of 7 post-plant percentages on the stat screen right now. But, that's really difficult. You only had those 3 rounds from your attacking half.
Yeah, it's always, everyone's talking about the 9-3 curse all the time, but it's tough. It's really tough to come back from something like that, especially with a team who has the map pretty solid. They were very prepared for this map, and like you said, they just knew how to react to every single situation.
throughout the entirety of it. I mean, we're going to take a look really soon at the highlights, but I just noticed this. 14 first kills, Vic.
Yeah, I know.
Holy cow.
Target's like double digits there, and you can see why, especially with Baby TZ / Rainy, just going nuts as a Jet.
Ridiculous. And you can see exactly how they make it happen. You know, sometimes it's a bit of retakes, but also some clutches of her own. There were some moments where, you know, maybe she doesn't get the spike defuse, but she still picks up those kills. And apart from all of that, it's Boba kind of playing a very conservative and controlled game. If they know kind of what Money First's game plan is, they have some kind of a counter. There were some really smart rounds, so I really do love that there was, I think it was round 6 or so, and Money First actually had a bit of a fake out. They rotated over onto the A side of the map, and then once the spike was planted, once they had the positioning, they knew how to kind of turn a 2v3 situation into a 2v1. Baby TZ still got those kills, but the spike wasn't defused, and that's what they need more of from Money First. But right now, that's not the story, because you can look in all of these highlights. Boba are just wreaking havoc all across the map. In some instances, if you know your opponents are going to throw out ultimates, maybe what they don't expect is the Bucky. But if they knew it's going to be ultimates, they often play very safe. They come in with a retake, and it's just so good. And that is why, again, Boba wins. That is why Baby TZ is our MVP. She had op kills, she had blade storm kills, she had rifle kills, all mounting up to 26.
Yeah, any gun you put in her hand, she was fine. 384 ACS is incredible. I mean, this team is another, you mentioned in there earlier as well, this is also a superstar team. It's almost like pieces from former, you know, a lot of ex-teammates who are playing throughout Game Changers, and you just they kind of like plucked one from each team, and then you form this new superstar squad. So I think that's why a lot of us have high expectations for Boba. We definitely want to see Boba go against a team like Zipto. That said, I mean, the other team, Money First, is also, you know, they've been around for a while as X Full Sense. I think the next map is we're really going to see what they're made of.
It's going to be really interesting. But actually, that's a really good point, though, Vic, because I'm just now realizing this. I don't know why it took me so long. Because Baby TZ is an ex-teammate, she would know some of her teammates' tendencies, and that is why they kind of had this whole game plan. That's why they were a little bit prepared on Split. I do wonder if it's going to be the same story for Bind, though.
Yeah, that is definitely the question. And you know what? Knowing your former teammates is definitely a huge advantage. I mean, they clearly read them every step of the way on Split. Bind is going to be a different situation here. Both teams didn't really show Bind too much over the open. Money First did have a strong showing on Bind the one time they did play, but it was not against Boba. But I do want to see if this is, the map that they're going to take. But we're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we will see what's going to happen on Bind and if we're going to go into a full best of 3. Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers SEA. We are in match 2, game 2, where we will be seeing a bit of bind between these two teams. I'm your host, Chummy Ninja, and with me, analyst, the buffest, fastest caster analyst in this region. It's Quack, otherwise known as Hey, I'm Quack.
He's trying not to laugh at whatever goes on backstage during the break. But then now we come in and Vic does this. Now let's get into the game. I mean, we got Bind coming up.
Really buff, by the way.
I am
but we
so
will
not.
talk about Bind. Yeah.
We need applications for the VCT Pacific boy band. That's what's going on.
Yeah. Well, before that, we will talk about the ladies. Boba and Money first. We should have a Game Changers girl band too, though. I'm just saying.
Oh my god.
That would be great to see, and
I know some of them can sing for sure.
100%, for sure. I have to say, girls are probably more. I don't know. We're just so multi-talented.
True.
But on Bind, okay, we haven't seen Bind from either one of these teams like against each other. Money First did show it once. The one time they played it, it was a very dominant, showing on Bind. Probably why they picked this. But Boba, the last time these two teams faced, it was a 2-0 in Boba's favor. But this is a completely different map pool now. So with Bind, how are you feeling about this buff Quack?
I mean,
strong Quack.
I'm not. Well, okay, stop. I'm not entirely sure because, yeah, it is a very dominant win, but it is, again, a dominant win against a team that perhaps isn't as experienced as Money First. So it was 13-2, and they were playing a more, how shall I say, like standard composition. You know, you got the double controller, Viper, Astra, and then you got your Raises, you got your Fade, you got your Sky, and that's kind of what they roll with. It's very classic, it's standard, it works. Meanwhile, if you take a look at what Boba are trying, although they did lose, I kind of accept the fact that they're playing a bit of a triple duelist. ISO, Yoru, Neon, it's stuff that we don't often see, maybe not ever, on a map like this. So perhaps they were experimenting a bit because it's the Swiss stage, but apart from that also, it just kind of ties back to how both teams performed on the previous map. Because if you look at Money First, it's a lot the same kind of ideas from last year. Jinny shot calling, always great, she tries to adjust, but by the end of it, you're working with the same resources. And if anything, I feel like some of these players are just kind of filling that vacancy that Baby TZ left. Meanwhile, Boba is like a whole new team. You got Kohibi and all these different players coming through, and they are trying new things as well. They've got some interesting counter strategies to play against them. So, I don't know. It feels like another flip-flop, Vic.
Flip-flops. We love flip-flops here in Singapore. We wear them everywhere we go. In the Philippines, too, I believe.
Yeah.
And I like what you're bringing up right now about Boba's team. They have star players from all their previous teams. You have a really experienced IGL, IB. You got Ayumi, who's an amazing duelist. Yeah, I love this little shots of all the maps here. It's lovely. Here's Bind.
We're going on a
Looking
tour.
Lovely as ever. Yeah, we're going through a little tour here. This is spawn of one of the oldest maps of the old game Valorant. Number 1 FPS game in the world. Takes place in Morocco. It's very exotic. There's hookahs where you can see exotic Moroccan
Back
lamps.
in my day, there wasn't a bench outside of showers that you could hop on top of. But what is this? Okay, Vic, we got stuff to talk about.
We got
no
stuff
way.
to talk about. This is... Okay, oh my god, what do we start? I see Deadlock, I see Chamber, what is happening? I see Astra, like, these are just not agents you see on this map. Even, like, okay, Viper we see sometimes, but it's...
Who cooked?
Usually, what? They're both cooking. They're both chefs right now. They're both like mad cooking. And we got, you know what? Both of these teams have experienced players. This is probably why they're experimenting. This is what we were talking about the previous match. When you get to this mechanically gifted level and your aim is just pretty solid already, what do you go after that? You need to start being creative. You need to start being smart. So Either that or, you know, there is such thing as overclocking too. That exists.
That does
But I
exist.
like this. I like this. It has 3 sentinels. What?
I know! 3 sentinels! What's going on?
Well, it's the first time I've seen 3 sentinels in a like ever on a competitive stage. I don't think I've seen 3 sentinels, especially on Vine. If anything, as far as this region, the Asia region goes, we tend to favor more aggressive agents and team comps. Like if they can get rid of you know, a sentinel, like they'll get rid of a sentinel, and this is the complete opposite.
Well, SMG did pull off some triple duelists for funsies, and it worked, so maybe the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They'll go triple duelist, but not triple sentinel. So anyway, this will be fun. I'm sure the casters are gonna have a lot of fun with this one. I like it. I like when stuff looks different in Valorant. Let's go over to our casters who are gonna take us through map 2 Bind.
Zach, what is up? What is going on? We got Deadlock, we got Chamber, we got Sage, all in the same team at once for Boba, and I don't know what we're cooking up, but I do hope it isn't burnt later on.
I will wait for the game to start to comment on that, but you know, let's go into lore first, right? So, I mean, Vic said like teams usually tend to skew towards that multiple duelist setup. Well, I will point out that last year there was one game that SMG played where they had 4 sentinels and a harbor, and they won like 13-2 or something. So, I mean, it's SMG. I wouldn't put it past them, and I think this new Boba roster as well, coming in with the same idea as SMG, like the top players of each country put together. It is like an all-star team. You know that meme of like that conspiracy theory guy like pointing out things together? That's also the case with the team comps here for Boba, because the first time they played Vine, they played triple initiator. The second time they played Vine, they played triple duelist. And the third time they're playing Vine, we have our triple sentinel. So they're just going in order, Dax.
Why is this the for fun map of Boba? But I'm very excited to see what they're gonna do with it. On the other hand, Money First, it's tried and tested, and the one time that they did play this map against Hive Athena, it was the same composition, running the Astra and the Viper. It's not too uncommon. I do feel like there have been patches, especially where you would run the Astra and Viper together rather than the Brimstone and the Viper. But in any case, we'll see it now if it's gonna be enough. But yeah, I'm looking back at Boba's roster. I'm looking at what's going on. Like, I can still get the Chamber. Honestly, that's Baby TZ on that. That's Rainy, and you said it that her history shows a lot of potential playing the Chamber no matter what. Kohaibi on stage, I understand that too, but Ayumi on Deadlock. Deadlock of all agents. Okay, I mean, we saw ISO a while ago. It has been an interesting series so far, Zach.
For sure. I mean, it's just a lottery of what do you pick today? Let's go for random agent generator. That seems to be the call for both these teams. I think this time around, though, you are having a little bit more of a standard setup. Multiple players towards long to take the fight, but still, it's going to be Popo to find that first. Let's shut down Baby TZ in the corner, though. Casper still tucked away, looking to make this work out for herself. And, of course, Macchiato finds a kill onto Aluka, forces Casper to TP out here, and that's going to open up the B side for the taking. Yeah, the wall goes down, but it's a little bit too late. Macchiato already caffeinated, fully on site, looking to find the kills here, and while this deadlock wall, it's buying a little bit of time here. It does seem like it's finally going to be going down, and I'm not sure if they're going to be committing on this B side for 100% sure.
Honestly, I thought it bought a lot of time there. Macchiato was isolated onto the side. Ayumi abusing really the amount of health the barrier mesh has in the first place, and if Deadlock had any useful abilities, it's probably that one in their hands. Casper also getting away with her life somehow, even after all the shenanigans MNF did to
30
try and control
seconds left.
long. Overall though, with half a minute left, you got MNF slowly making their way towards the site. After everything's said and done, Zach, you're right about one thing. MNF, they have the advantage moving forward, and coming into the post plants, they're gonna have the numbers.
One enemy remaining.
Very low on the HP. Americano has a good angle. There's a swing, but there's just no fighting Americano there. Pistol round goes MNF.
MNF sway. They get the plant, they keep 3 players alive, and they look very convincing, both. And again, a very, very far cry from that last map. And I mean, you said it, Dax. This is an ancient comp that has been tried, tested, and found victory for MNF side before. So I think that definitely enemy remaining confidence, especially on their map pick I mean, you could see it from the kind of strategies they were going for as well. They look much more comfortable to be able to play with that clock and try to make it work in their favor instead of that opposite direction. That said, though, Boba anti-eco for them. Still 6 bullets left in the chamber here for the chamber. Let's see how much Baby TZ can find, but just a headshot for the triples.
Yeah, for something there from Baby TZ, but she's unable to provide anything. The eco here from Boba looking less likely now without the Hand Hunter in play. And inside the smoke, Macchiato right there. Alaka, big surprise. Popo able to find that Casper. Eventually, Money First able to clear out these smokes. Bit of damage done by Boba. But overall, this is such a clear way to get the site. Spikes planted. Kohabi Ayumi will struggle to make a retake happen here.
Yeah, 2v4, just classics in hand. I think at this point, it's a question of how much more damage can you find and just avoiding giving those ultimate orbs up to the opposition, especially when they've had such dominant rounds so far. I think that is going to be the call here from Boba's side. But talking about MNF, right? I mean, it is like very much a meta team comp for a reason. Of course, that double controller, Viper functioning as that pseudo sentinel as well on that CT side, and of course, just having both the flashes on KitKat as well as the Haunts and the Prowlers to take even more space coming in from Velshi. I think that it's just a very strong team comp that can really help MNF to take that space that they were so sorely struggling with on that first map.
Sorry, this is where I say any normal team was very strong against Triple Sentinel.
Yeah, but these are like bad Sentinels, man. If it was a Cypher and a Killjoy, you know,
absolutely. I feel like the same way. I feel like I wouldn't be very much eyebrow raised on this if it was at least Cypher and Killjoy right together outside stage rather than Chamber Deadlock. I'd still be okay with the Chamber. There's some really good angles that you can play the Rendezvous on this map. And on paper, Deadlock, her wall can be very good at clogging a map with no mid. But yeah, this rifle round needs to be something good for Boba because the fact of the matter is, Zach, if you're running Triple Sentinel, you better be damn good at getting defense rounds going.
Well, I mean, this is their chance to really improve it. Like, pistol, alright, doesn't go in your favor. Anti-eco, expected, doesn't go in your favor. But now you have rifles, you have all of this juicy sentinel utility that will hopefully come into play. That's the first wall down. First wall already broken. There's still a deadlock wall available in their arsenal. Hopefully we see that coming out a little bit sooner. What?
When would you say in a Valorant game, first wall that isn't about smokes? This is the first time I've heard an actual wall be categorized as first wall. I'm waiting for the second. It's heading for A though. I mean, Deadlock's there, but the Molly is going to be the firewall right now as MNF throw a bit of utility, get the orb to try and build up the Cosmic Divide in the future.
And a quick TP moment here. You know, I was really hoping that I would get to say it in our first map, but since the team hasn't played it yet, I'm gonna save it for when they do play by. It's gonna be a pivot over towards this A site instead. And again, just this barrage of utility really helping in terms of getting that space. A bit of concussion to buy some time here, but Macchiato still in the smoke, able to find an opening kill. The flank is there, but this time around, Baby TC gotta be caught out in the open and gets taken care of. Still a 3v3 situation here, but upgrades have been picked up here by the squad. Kohabi making it a 1-for-1 trade. It's all gonna come down to KitKat and Popo. Timing gonna be everything. Kohabi finds that onto KitKat, and now it is gonna be Popo in an attempt to try and clutch it out here. Does have this Bulldog to try and fight with, but Kohabi with the Vandal says not happening today, and it is a successful retake for MNF.
Yeah, well done there by Boba. They had the firepower, and not only that, they did get the stall with the Sonic Center a little bit. As soon as MNF did come outside of the showers, and attempt also with the flank. Eventually, though, MNF did make them work for it. A decent bonus. They got the spike plant. That could be a lot of money moving forward for the attackers. And this is where it gets very interesting. If Money First can actually force some of these Anchor Sentinels to rotate away, that's when they can get the timing to play around the site. It's the reason why they got towards the default on A in the first place. They caught out a Yumi there in the rotation. The Deadlock wasn't in position completely to face off against Shower. And that might be their strength moving forward. And speaking of another strength here, Zach, Macchiato has the showstopper. Baby TC ambitious here with the Outlaw. Full armor though against her.
Oh no.
Popo punishing immediately. 10 HP. That's the problem with the Outlaw in those scenarios. And MNF have a chance to just burst in.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad the Outlaw came into the meta just to get rid of this pesky buy half armor, buy rifle every round strategy. So people are actually forced to invest in it, and it pays its dividends, you know? So of course, that Sky also coming into useful, being able to get up that teammate back into fighting shape. You're sure not gonna have armor, but it's still really good. That said though, Americano the Lurk this time around gonna be shut down early on from Ayumi, so with that Viper utility going down, kind of forced to rely on just this Astra util as they try to satchel into side. The Showstopper goes wide, and off the back of that, Aluka on site still looking to do the damage. A triple already for her, and Kohaibi to find that final kill. It looked to be a very good start for MNF, but Aluka said, nah, I'd win.
It all falls apart as soon as the Showstopper doesn't actually secure the kill. They spend so much time clearing the corner, and as soon as there's a swing from the container from the tin can, it's Aluka having the easiest time of her life shooting down anyone coming her way. Prowler doesn't get too much. Instead, the Breach gets the triple kill, and Boba, one thing they can truly do here is force these fights with this triple sentinel, exactly what they're doing right now and exactly where they feel confident in.
Yeah, I mean, confidence is a great point, like you mentioned there, because I think that in the beginning, they didn't look like super... Oh, there's the first wall. All right. Ayumi gonna be using that barrier early on here, and I mean, I never thought I would see a Deadlock and a Sage on the same site before. We could see a double wall, Dax.
Here.
Just saying.
Why would you do that? Why would you fortify it that much? American, though, has a chance to do something, and she gets the job done! Ginny, good for the 2. Incredible work from the IGL, and it's now time for MNF to look to put their talents onto that site. Aluka, though, she was perfect before. Now she will fall to the hand of Macchiato. The pain shells catching out the swing. Ayumi a chance here with the Gravnet, and a while ago, actually, did use the Annihilation. Blast back to respond against her. Broken now. Spikes planted though, and the swing is dangerous. Here we go with the stun. Belsi able to see Ayumi coming. Prowler also to keep Kohaibi at bay. And a 1v3 is necessary for the former player of Team SMG. What can Kohaibi do though? All by her lonesome. A chance now to prove herself here. This is a great angle taken by Money First and looking to swing off the concept. And here comes Kit Kat to deliver the final shot. Money First now with the thrifty win.
Really great thrifting, and it all started with that double Sheriff kill coming out of Americano there. IGL, Captain, Sheriff, Headshotter Extraordinaire, multiple things go onto Ginny's resume, and this round is definitely going to be added to that highlight reel for sure. Those upgraded Vandals, and of course, like you mentioned, Aluka just denied that multi-crack potential thanks to a facial in the face. Really makes things awkward there. And, I mean, Boba, we noticed it on map number 1 as well. They tend to really struggle in terms of economy because they lose so many of their players in these fights, and you know, last round, it's going to completely demolish their eco. They do have one outlaw in the hands of Ayumi, who has been able to do quite a bit of damage with it in the past rounds. But that said, no ultimates that can really try to bring it back aside from that Rolling Thunder. But Casper, if she can get a kill, that's the orbital strike available.
But this is where I say that MNF is that kind of team that really adjusts so quickly. Not only did they use utility on the usual angles Boba swings from, but they always keep buying full armor. They know that tendency that Boba would love to play that outlaw, punish any light armor in the long run. The money situation for Money First, also very good in the first place. Now, speaking of now, an execute over onto A. Sonic Sensor, Whites, a bother, the stun for the chagrin of Money First, and Kohaibi kicks away the pain shells after that shot onto Macchiato. It's good for Kohaibi, but the rest of MNF look to move on forward. Spike isn't planted though as of yet. We hear now the Rolling Thunder into play, and we're waiting for Ivy to swing off that back. Crafting well though, keeping her at bay. It's MNF instead, with all the shots in the world. Beautifully done by Ayumi from afar. But it's still left. Money First with the numbers now. And here we go, a swing out into the lamps. There's pressure to teleport away from Money First to keep safe.
Yeah, they realize they want nothing to do with that A site. Knows that the both remaining players from Boba are gonna be around there. So yeah, it's just a reposition over towards B. This does allow Boba to get their hands on a couple of rifles here. Remember, this did start off as an eco round for them. And I think that overall it's a good trade for both sides. Like, yeah, Boba get the guns, but there's a complete reposition, so much space available for the taking, and a much more efficient post plant that MNF can really set themselves up for here. Aluka gonna be leading the charge with the utility here. Ayumi doing her best to try and find something that's That's the first flash gone. No value really discovered off of it quite yet. Grenade gonna be hitting very late after Bobo gets the kill, and now it's just Aluka on a 1v3. We've seen her pull off some incredible things before. Is able to find that first kill, gets the second as well. Now it's a 1v1. The clock is ticking here, unfortunately, and Aluka at the end of it decides to just move it over towards long. Maybe find another exit frag towards the end, and yeah, she gets it. Sure, you lose the round, but at least you make it expensive.
Excellent exits there from Aluka. Always a threat no matter what ages she plays. And now she stopped fracking for the roster. You see it here as Kohaimi hits a nutty shot. Money first. One thing to really describe them as a team right now. They're just so collected in what they want to do. When something goes wrong, they immediately adjust the game plan and the quick rotation to move into B to stop forcing the fight, as we already had Boba in position. Really sealed the deal in that round there, but watch out now. Baby TZ. She was solid with the operator in the last map here, Zach. Now with the Tour de Force, it might be the same kind of case. Peek outs looking very dangerous for KitKat here.
One thing I like about MNF on this map is that they're not really going in for too many of these isolated peaks here. Of course, once again, Baby TV looking to get aggressive, but Macchiato again finding the better of them, and that's just a huge first pick. I think that MNF have been really good at just being able to find themselves that first opening kill and pivoting off the back of that. No Rolling Thunder available since it was used in that previous round by MNF, and now not only do they have to make a 4v5 retake happen, they have to make a 4v5 retake happen through this Viper's pit, and there's just no real information available because
but danger because of the Arbol strike. Difficult now. They're walking into the unknown as Money First, as you mentioned, always being together as a unit working hand in hand, but this unit collapses through the hands of Caspers. It's 2 for her, as it's all left to Felsi as well as Popo to try and play from afar. The swing out for Popo catches out the one. Busy on the spike. Time running out. Aluka needs to stick it here. The rest of Boba needs to protect, but Aluka falls, and it's not going to be good enough for Boba. Yes, they win out the duels, but they can't win due to time. And Money First with another round to win through the spike.
I really admire the last 2 players in that 2v3 from Money First. They had their target set, man. They were not messing around. Like, they knew exactly where that diffuse was. Even if they peeked into 3 players, they made sure that they killed that diffuser. Like, boom, Ayumi goes down. There's one player trying to defuse it. Boom, there goes Casper. And at that point, there's just nothing you can really do to try and convert the round. Like, yeah, okay, fine, you get the kills. But at this point, it's going to be Money First really stealing away the lead here. They still have the economy to work with. And again, for Boba, while they are going to be able to buy up, I feel like the kind of ultimates that they have compared to the ultimates on Money First side are just so much more weaker. Like, I mean, Orbital Strike is good, yes. But aside from that and the Rolling Thunder, everything else is just a very niche ult that hasn't been able to really find use compared to how Money First are really cycling through theirs.
Yeah, Money First though, they're looking to play in here. Beautiful grab net to slow down the pace to a crawl. But eventually Money First, they can actually push. C's also connecting now over onto Elbow, keeping Ayumi away. Annihilation now doesn't get much, but Ayumi instead the one to be the Annihilator here. Ready to terminate at a moment's notice. There's the swing out there from Americano, and there's just no way to beat Ayumi now from that angle. The challenge is set. The gloves have been thrown, and Macchiato is left all by her lonesome. A swing out to at least bring one to the grave with her, but Boba secures it through the efforts of Ayumi.
Really nice round by Ayumi, and I think that in the rounds where Boba are able to hold their ground, not lose multiple players early on, their utility actually does let them capitalize. Like here, of course, it is a 1-for-1 trade, but Ayumi's annihilation kind of pushed the players out of that corner, made sure it was clear, and enabled her to take a much more advantageous fight there towards Elbow. So I think that they're making it work for them. I just feel like this team comp, it was a kind of a similar case of what we saw with the ISO in that previous game, right? There are ideas, they could work, they just need to bake a little bit more.
It needs a little bit more time in the oven. And truthfully, the biggest concern right now I have Boba's composition is how reactive it really is. They can be a bit proactive when Aluka sets something up. But how does the swing work if you see someone like Rainy or Baby TZ actually die so very quickly? Instead, you have to set up the walls, wait for them to actually go for the burst, throw your own utility to catch them. And the big concern of why Money First is still in the lead here, Zach, is they won 2 rounds back-to-back through the spike detonation. If you had someone perhaps on intel, you would have known how that swing would work. You would have known what angle to check immediately and prevent that kind of assassination from happening, right? It's just that concern right now for Boba. but they have been winning the duels. It's the big reason why they're still in this game, and Money First instead are the ones lacking money here.
Yeah, not really living up to their name, but they do have a couple of ults they can swing off of. In particular, Macchiato has been really good in terms of finding those entries on this map, so I think that showstopper could be huge to try and open up the site. They also have that Cosmic Divide, which is, again, one of those ultimates that you can invest in these eco rounds to try and find some value off of. I think that said, for Money First, they do have a pretty strong post badge in the form of that Viper as well as the Astra utility. I think that if they can get that spike down, it's definitely going to be a bit dicey for Boba, who haven't really looked as comfortable as they did on their map pick in terms of these retakes. They've just been a little bit more disassembled, and even if they're able to find the individual kills in terms of objectives, I think that Money First are a little bit more ahead. There go those ultimates that we were talking about. Rosa ult on the showstopper, but at least the space has been taken.
Yeah, it gets very awkward, especially because of the barrier mesh thrown there by Ayumi. Cosmic Divide, though, allowing the plant to still happen. A grab net now. Try and slow down anyone from retreating, but there's no swing from Boba as of yet. Shroud of Mystery keeping them at bay. Eventually, though, there's the leap from Alaka, but Macchiato able to catch her fall. Eventually, MNF have got to work with Kohabi, though, dismantling that. Here we go with Kohabi yet again. She's always good for the angles that she plays from. The snake bite now for the stall. Include now the Nightfall into play. Trying to use that decay. As now here from Kohabi. Baby TZ in the front line. And Boba's retake this time around is what they want to do in the first place. A clear out there by Boba. A 4th round to their name.
Yeah, really nicely done. Almost flawless retake as well. Sure, one player did go down, but I mean, with the resurrection, I think it was done for economic reasons as well. They're going to be able to build up a little bit more buffer in that aspect. So 4-5 now. The timeout from MNF not really going in their favor, but it was an eco round. So I think that them being able to get that spike plant down does accomplish a lot of the objectives that they were going for, especially since they did invest so many of those ultimates here. And with only a couple more rounds left in the half, I think that for Boba at least, it's going to be important to get as many on the board as possible, because your team comp isn't exactly optimized for attack. You don't have satchels, you don't have those updraft dash plays that you can make, so I think that it's gonna have to be a very slow, methodical attack to come out of Boba. But getting ahead of ourselves here, they're still on the defensive side, and honestly, I'm surprised that this triple sentinel isn't finding work despite the sentinels.
Zach, you make such a good point, but honestly, that's the understatement of the year. Coming into attack, I really don't know how Boba's gonna get things done unless they hit some of the nutty shots with how they play the entry. It is gonna be a struggle. Money First has already done a decent enough job coming into the attacking half. And now they're looking for a 6th round, possibly, to just make sure that this can be tied up at most near the end of the first. But here we go again, a 1-for-1 trade as Macchiato dips into the backside. Well done by Macchiato at least. Muffin really finding value there, but Alaka able to still hold their own. A little awkward though. Didn't realize the number of bullets in the clip. Ayumi now ready to try and find a bit of revenge, but the teleport is there. And Americano might get caught in the act. The timing though doesn't work out for Rainy, who's just creeping behind her. Still, Macchiato playing here in Lamps. Pressure for Casper. A reconvene here between MNF, but they're forced into single duels here, Zach. It's getting very awkward very fast, and they're gonna teleport again.
Yeah, this time around though, no fakes, no messing around here, just going in for that B execute. It is a 3v2 situation. Both players from MNF incredibly low, and this orbital strike with the clock ticking as low as it has might be enough time here, and it is gonna completely trap Macchiato. No coffee for her. It's all up to Americano here to try and clutch it out here. Not much time on the clock. Has to try and go in for the tap at least, and Ayumi knows her timings perfectly to be able to swing and tie things up here at 5-5. Really good orbital strike by Casper. They knew that they had the clock, they had their opponents on the run here, and well, I like the idea to be able to just hold on to this U-Haul, make that fake play, make that wrap around and work out. The fact is that with them not being able to find a single pick on the side, they were forced into this rotate, and it's just so awkward when you have to rotate and there's no time to plant and there's an orbital strike, and yeah, it's not nice.
Yeah, it's been the problem here for Money First. Their executes onto the site are only halfway of what they really need to do. They don't get the whole site control that they would like. They have to see backside so very quickly, and it's just really how Boba, with these Sentinels, they can keep themselves posted up and apply that kind of pressure. That's why it works out well on the defense so far. And here we go again. As soon as the Poison Cloud is up, Ayumi sets up the barrier mesh, and this is now going to burn all the gas that Americano has here for the execute.
Oh, I like this play from Baby TZ, just hiding on the other side of the wall here, able to TP out. Yeah, it's free, alright. Popo just not knowing what hit them as Baby TZ shuts them down. This is a bit of a keep around here for MNF to be able to save for that final round. Unfortunately for them, they don't have the ultimates this time around to work with either. KitKat close to those Seekers, but that's the only one online here. And with that smoke coming in, with the utility being bombarded through, you can see Macchiato trying to use that space to go and push forward here, but it's just the Baby TZ show all the way. Ace gonna be stolen by Kohaibee towards the end, but overall, very, very strong defense coming in. Sure, it might not be the walls that are stopping these players, but I think the headshots from Baby TZ definitely help.
But it did too. Like, you don't play this if you don't have a barrier orb, right? You don't get away with this kind of bloody murder if you're not Baby TZ. And Boba abusing as much as they can the amount of defensive utility they have. They're really looking to play heavy anchors right now with these Sentinels. And it's working out so well because they're just not letting NMF through. Still a bit more reactive. There we go now with Baby TZ looking to take that first step ahead. Has to retake the rendezvous, reposition as the Tour de Force doesn't find any target early on.
Gonna be positioned towards that site instead, and I think the Seekers from KitKat, they could be pivotal in trying to clear this Tour de Force out of the way here. Instead though, Popo gonna be putting a smoke down to try and take sites based on the back of that, and of course just a sliver angle for Baby TZ, but that's all that she really needs. Shuts down Macchiato, and that's gonna be no more base utilities to take that space onto site here. No res either available for the opposite side. In fact, that's Kohaibee to be able to find those kills. Shuts down Americano, no more Viper Lurk Wall available either, and suddenly the options are being cut down for MNF. 3 players left. What can they do? Where can they go? And the answer seems to be B-Long. But again, Dax, look at this B-side. Look at the amount of pressure that Boba have ready to go through.
Yeah, the confidence is unreal right now for Boba. We're seeing them being willing to take the fight to MNF so very quickly. And KitKat is just eradicated as soon as she steps over onto B. It's been the case for the past few rounds. The last half of this first half has just been Boba willing to challenge. They stall with these walls, but that means it's a siren now ringing in the head of Ayumi. Alert, alert! Ayumi's got the angle. She's good for the one. The Rolling Thunder will keep Felsi away. But how do you escape the pressure of Boba now? There's no way out of the showers. Are you ready to drown in utility? But here we go with a swing again. Baby TZ with a coup de grace there. And we end the first half 7-5 for Boba.
Switching sides.
I think at that point it was a mercy killing for sure. The amount of flashes and stuns and aftershocks. I feel really bad for Felchi there, but yeah, really nice round. A very, very good comeback there out of the side of Boba towards the end of that half to be able to put these rounds together and take the lead as well. 7-5 is what we're looking at here with that side swap coming in, but we talked about our concern stacks. We talked about what we think this attacking side from Boba is gonna look like, but you know, before we head into that, let's see what our panel has to say about everything we've seen so far.
Not only do we have no duelists on the side of Boba, we have 3 Sentinels. 3, and I quote Zach, bad Sentinels. Bad Sentinels for mine, specifically. Like, these are the 3 Sentinels you don't pick for mine. You may be like a Cypher, but you know, Chamber is not really seen on this. It's not the worst of the list, but Deadlock, does it work, Quack? It's when it's 7-5, it looks like maybe it could work.
That's the thing. It's so interesting because when it first starts off, it doesn't work, right? MNF just completely wrecked them because of Macchiato's dive capability. She's always on that race. She's always blast packing in, clearing out positions with her paint shells, and the rest of the team follows through. If they need to teleport, they will, and then they just kind of capture sites that way, and it works out so great for the money first. But then Boba starts to change things around. You start to see how they go for fort positions. Like, they wall off hookah, they wall off showers with the Deadlock utility, and all of a sudden, wherever money first goes, there's always something blocking them off. The stall walls, like Dax said. So it is kind of reactive. It does bring them back from almost a terrible score. But the biggest question is, how does this play out in the second half? Because if you can't get those sites, if you're attacking, you're pushing up, you don't have the mobility, are these 3 Sentinels going to work out? I guess we got to find out.
Yeah, that is definitely the question, but these are more mobile sentinels. They're not your classic anchor sentinels.
True.
But let's go back to the game and find out what's going to happen for the rest of Bind.
Thank you there to the panel for that halftime. Really a big number of concerns right now here for Boba. Zach, it's a lead, yes, by Boba, but it's a slim one. Now you're walking into the attacking side with Deadlock, with Sage, with Chamber. Who's playing N3? How are they getting in there? And if the win condition perhaps is to get the post plant, how do they make it in the first place?
I mean, again, right? If there's a killjoy, you have pulse plants. What kind of pulse plant do you have with the deadlock? Are you just gonna lock the spike up behind layers of walls once you get it down? Because that's like the pulse plant that I see working in. That said, though, my concerns aside, if you look at what really worked for Boba after in that latter part of that second half, it was them being a little bit more aggressive. It was mostly them just being able to find safety in numbers and not let their players fall isolatedly. So I think that's going to be a huge key here as they try to take that side going forward. You do see that B is that first point of contention already. You can see the utility being invested here in terms of both smokes as well as stuns to try and stop the damage from coming in, but the damage still comes in. Ayumi says, I don't care if you put me on a deadlock, I'm still going to make you dead anyway, and with those opening picks, it's going to be Boba to take that 3-person advantage.
Yeah, there's the concern of pace. But as soon as they get the pick, then they throw it all out the window. And here we go. We made it, Zach, the post plant. With them still having the barrier mesh. MNF, they're no longer playing Valorant. They basically have to play Minecraft and wait, break, harvest. How much resource do you even get from this? Absolutely nothing. Casper shutting that one down as MNF cannot pass on through. This round is already over. And KitKat, she just wants to find anyone to fight. Challenge her. Oh, the flash, even Casper pushing. Casper's friendly goes good for the double, and Boba have gotten the pistol round here.
Yeah, I think we found our answer, Dax. It doesn't matter what you're playing if you're a Yumi. It's just go top head. So that's the answer. It doesn't matter if you're saturating it as a Razor, if you're just jumping down as a deadlock. They're dead anyway, and that's a really great pistol to start off with from Boba. I mean, you didn't see much in terms of post plant, but you don't need post plant if everyone else on the opposite side is already dead. So definitely a good tactic. I personally very much approve, and I think it's gonna work out great if they can keep doing it. I don't know what you think about it.
I just think that Boba right now are showing that they are stellar shots from what's been going on. It's a big reason too that they're able to play these anchors on places like Elbow, Ayumi especially. Not hitting on the player. The agent's a little bit questionable, but Ayumi herself has just been so stellar on whatever she needs to do in the first place. Gravenet's always for the stall, barrier meshes in the right angles. Here we go though, the barrier orb. See the jargon there, Zach. It's another wall. It's another thing to try and break. Macchiato has brought in the shorty. But it's like trying to bring a hammer to a wall. You need a sledgehammer here against them. Spike, not yet planted though. Ayumi trying to get that one done. Maybe the timing from Americano, but from the barrier orb, the barrier mesh. So you were right. It's not just one, but two walls that are in front of them.
Protection is important, and that's exactly what we're seeing really coming in here. No way for Americano to just break through, forced into U-Hull instead, where there is Kawaibi, that first point of contact lying in wait, and you can already see that Alka is watching for that flank as well. So there's so many obstacles here, aside from those walls, for MNF to get through on this retake attempt, and I think there's just not much time left on the clock here. Sure, you can try to find some exits, maybe go down to the spike, but I mean, what more can you really do here? Kawaibi just running down the farming simulator, gets another kill to her name, and this flank, oh, Popo with the shorty, definitely trying to find something, won't do too much to Ayumi, and that's gonna be a 9th round on the board for Boba. Just so much utility that Boba is able to use to set up that spike, and once that spike goes down, I guess you ain't defusing it.
Yeah, if that spike goes down and the Sage and the Deadlock have their walls, you are spending how many seconds to get the job done there? 10 minimum if you're catching them while it's forming. Probably 15 to 20. And how much ammo to break it? And this is where Boba will look strong. If they get the plant, the game might just be done and dusted. Money first. This is their chance with firepower not to try and stop this. But I really feel like, Zach, this is no troll comment I want to make. This might be a game where you consider building something or getting something like an Odin just to break this utility when it does get set up.
No, I mean, that's probably what I would do. It's the only way you're gonna have enough bullets to break everything and still have enough to shoot at people. So, logistical concerns, yeah, it's a legitimate one. Really nice stun there. Does tag one of their own teammates, but it's gonna be enough to get them onto site. there is a little bit of utility pushback to come through from MNF's side, but again, I don't know how much this is really gonna buy in terms of time. Yeah, okay, you deny the plants, but you haven't done anything with the time that you bought for the tiles.
I'm so concerned here for MNF. They can't just give up the site like this. They can't let Ayumi and Baby TC do whatever they want. And Boba are in command here again. Ayumi's the frontline warrior on a deadlock. And the triple kill to bring Boba to double digits. It's not just bonus. It's a triple sentinel bonus. And Boba are winning on attack with this.
I mean, that's our answer, right? Put Ayumi on whatever agent. It doesn't matter what she's playing. You put her on Jet, she kills. You put her on Ray, she kills. You put her on Chamber, Deadlock, whatever, Sage, she kills, man. There's just no answer to Ayumi, and I think that's what MNF really has to try and figure out. How do we stop Ayumi? Because 18 and 5, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, it's a problem for money first.
That is a problem, all right. No, you're absolutely right. And Boba has not let MNF leave that 5-round scoreline. It's been, what, around 7 rounds minimum in a row for the 2 halves. KitKat, though, in trouble. Annihilation!
Oh, no.
The cocoon! It's no longer for evolution. It's for isolation. It's for your own demise. And Kohaibi, a classic ranked wall now to lift yourself up. Keep the rotation protected. Not only that, there's no one who can swing. No one could have saved KitKat there. It will stop Boba too, but MNF are the ones lacking here in numbers.
Yeah, the wall comes up. You can see that they're just waiting in for the flag. They know that on these eco rounds, teams like to get frisky. So it's just going to be a bit of a stall here from Boba. I think that MNF at this point don't expect all 4 players to be behind that wall. And it might just be a case of the time being brought down until that wall breaks for them to push back onto B, because the rotation's already come through here. But that said, nice sort of strategy by Ayumi. Clears out the corner with the ult. Once you trap someone, of course, you're going to have somebody else swinging to take that fight. And talking about fights here, Macchiato blissfully unaware of what's going on right behind the back.
What is this strat? This is the strat where you wait for your own barrier orb to fall. And then you slowly make your way into the site. Now there's a barrier mesh. There's no crossing here for Felsi because the slow orb's in the way. It's like you're gonna go into a racetrack against Formula 1 cars, and you brought your go-kart that you built in your own garage. Ayumi outspeeding Felsi right now. There's no way for Popo to even cross. And Boba are doing it, Zach. I can't believe what I'm watching.
You know, this is gonna sound really controversial, and the Alistas can correct me once we hand it over to them, but I feel like Boba is doing a better job of defending on attack than they did all defensive half. I don't know how you feel about this.
No, I agree with you. The post plant has been sublime. They keep the right utility available for the post plant. I think what I've seen the most is they expend the Brimstone and the Breach utility for the entry. That's good enough for Ayumi, for Baby TC to work off. And then suddenly, now you still have the Grav Net and the Barrier Mesh. Now you still have the Storms and the Barrier Orb. You even have a trademark there sometimes if you don't need it any elsewhere. And Boba, this is why they're winning here. They're able to use minimal utility to make maximum impact. And I like this here from MNF. Be aggressive into B long. At least make your presence known, because you can't keep letting Boba walk all over you.
I mean, you're seeing a bit of adaptation as well in that regard, with more players being rotated over towards this B side, but oh my god, it's Alika to find the first kill thanks to that aftershock. I don't know how Macchiato got trapped there really, but that's gotta hurt, and that leaves only 1 player towards his A side looking to hold down the board. There is a little bit more of a rotation here, but right now at least it's just Americano towards Showers, who has to do everything by herself. KitKat on site, looking to maybe find the timing here. Does get the kill onto Baby TC, so that's huge here. No ultimate available for Kohaibi either to get that resurrection, so it's just a 4v4 post plant, but I mean, for this post plant, there's no ultimates available.
Yeah, so there you go. Barrier Orb, it's at least broken, but look what Ayumi has in her utility still. He's waiting for anyone to push. The Molly's there, but I'm waiting for this one, Zap. The flank has to be big here. Courtesy of Americano. She delivers that first kill. Ayumi now looking to set up hers as well, but it's not gonna happen. Chelsea actually win the opening. KitKat on the board, and Money First finally feeling themselves here. Exactly what they need to do against Boba. Take the fight to them to win the round.
Yeah, I feel like Ayumi not using the barrier mesh there, it could have brought them a little bit more time, but I think the main factor there was because that kill that came through so early was Rainy, it was Baby TZ. You no longer have that trademark to watch flank, and that timing of that flank, like you mentioned, Dax, it was the decider here. Casper being shut down, no more Molly available, especially since Ayumi was kind of locked on site alone as well. There was just no hope after that for the round to continue. That said, still 11-6 for MNF. Like you mentioned, the biggest change there was MNF were proactive. They were taking the fight, and they weren't really letting Boba set up their stall utility in place. And I think that's what we need more of. I would like to see a little bit more aggression as well. Maybe if we can get that operator in the hands of one of these players early on, it will be cool. But talking about the operator, it's the tour de force to start things off with.
And that immediately throws a wrench in the plans of MNF here. Do they dare peak when a tour de force can be waiting in one of these lanes? That's a concern right now when they were so proactive in that last round. Well done, especially by Americano on the flank. Would love to see more from Money First. But this time, might not be configuration allowed to them over on Lamps though. KitKat will hear that drop. Immediately, stars are set. Courtesy of Popo. KitKat still holding steady. Remember, way back in last year's LCQ, she was the top fragger, I believe, of the grand final stand. They didn't even win the series, but KitKat has made a name for herself to Game Changers. As of right now, Boba will rotate themselves over onto B, or Macchiato's the one waiting for them here.
KitKat's also one of those players that has really expanded in terms of agent pool. Like when she was on Arcade Arista, she played nothing but Reyna. She was just that main Reyna one-trick player who has really just progressed so much. And it's nice to see that her team is still one of the stronger ones out there. Macchiato goes huge, finds a double, but Ayumi's still quick to find a trade. And there you go, double wall to block off both of these angles. There's still gonna be one player on site. Gonna be isolated though, so it's still 1-for-1 as Aluka takes the kill onto Felchi here. Operator still into play. Smoke goes out at the worst time, and Baby TZ to find those final kills to get Boba to match in series points. 1-6.
That could have gone so wrong for Boba, and that what could have been the weakness being apparent there. How does their execute work? Slowly walking into the site, and you have someone like Macchiato getting the double, but Ayumi again providing an incredible kill. The showstopper was a short fuse instead. No fireworks there for Money First, and even Felsi was a threat, but there's just no stopping when Boba holds W. Baby TZ, absolutely precise. These angles are so hard to work with, and right now Boba, they've worked hard to make the second half a possibility. This attack, unbelievable that it is working, and MNF, they have no more room for error here, Zach.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be 6 in a row to take it to overtime to have a chance at that map number 3, and it all starts here on Annihilation to start things off, but not gonna be able to capture anything. And the setup, it's gonna be good enough for KitKat to take down Casper here. Baby TZ finds a trade, but MNF, they're able to stick together. Baby TZ is still on site looking to find the timing, find the damage here, but how much more can you really achieve in a 2v3 situation? It seems like this time around, at least MNF, they have the answers, and the answer is to be finding those safety numbers and going in for those crunchers. I like the wraparound as well. They were so quick on the takedown.
This is so much more braver from MNF. Right now, though, is it a little too late? The room for error playing like this is so minimal right now. But you have someone like Macchiato really coming online here in the past few rounds. She's good for 1, sometimes even 2. That's enough of a trade for Money First to step a foot onto a site, and Boba is ill-prepared for those kind of actions. It's a 5-round gap. MNF have found the right formula. But can they keep cooking the same storm here? Popo, a Nebula quickly. KitKat also challenging showers there. As Rainy will back away, wait for any other kind of contact. It's Boba cutting noise for now.
I mean, it worked for them well before in that bonus round. Just cut noise, walk through your own walls once they break. It's a great idea, and maybe they're hoping that the silence will also draw out some of the players from MNF who are looking a little bit more confident, a little bit more aggressive, and they're rewarded for it. Once again, Popo able to take down Ayumi, shuts that key piece of the attack down for Boba. And I mean, you said it, Dax, the strategy so far has been walk into sight, get the spike down, and then use our utility. But if you can't walk into sight, what do? And that's kind of what they're struggling with.
Through the block! That's broken, Alaka! Snaps the spine of KitKat. A Rolling Thunder also for the stall. Baby TZ will swing off it, but she can't secure the kill. Now she does onto Felsi. The pressure's on, and it's MNF trying to play all the angles. Casper, though, again, delivering absolute impact. Everything's left to Ginny now. The IGL, really the hero of the Thai game changer scene. Everyone knows Americano's name, where she's been from. But this time around, she has to keep her team alive. Kohibi, though, on the other end. Casper also a familiar foe. The spike planted. Still the double up that can be wily, and Kohibi able to catch her in the act. Boba is brilliant. A 2-0 in the series, and winning with a triple sentinel composition on the attack is just icing on the cake there, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, I said it before they got into the game. They managed to win Bide with both their triple initiator and triple sentinel, so hopefully they can make it work with the triple duelist as well as the... I forgot what the fourth category is, the way that they've been playing, so... I do... Yes, controllers. Yes, I mean, they've done it before, so it's okay. But that said, though, I do hope that we get to see more of this team. They look really, really strong together, and remember, they started playing together a week before the playoffs... Oh, sorry, the qualifiers started, so it's a very new put-together team, and I think the individual promise is really shining through here. I just look forward to seeing what they can do with a little bit more synergy, because yes, they won today, Dax, but compared to that series we saw, let's just say it was a little bit more messy.
Yeah. I mean, we had our doubts, but the caliber of play and just the history of these players themselves, all stars all day, Zach, and Boba is a team that we all need to watch out for. We are going to be sending it over, I believe, to our panel after everything's said and done. It was an incredible series here from start to finish, but take it away, Vic. Take it away, Quack. It's your time now.
Bye-bye.
Our time is now. It's the Pacific motto.
Right.
I mean, I know that's what Doc said. Our time is now, Quack. All right. Boba wins their first playoff match of stage 1, showing even with 0 duels, they are so dangerous. Now, Boba's straight up overall skill side, I think Money First's issue with this, I suspect, was not being prepared for a comp like this. And you know what? I can't even blame him. Who prepares for like this combo, this like of a sonic sensor, chamber trademark, walls upon walls? I mean, no one's ever gonna think that's what you need to match up against next.
Yeah, legitimately. That is such a good point, Vic, because that's precisely what it is. Because you can see how the utility is being used by Boba. You've got all those defensive bits coming through. You've got those walls or barrier orbs or meshes, as Dax adequately points out. It's also just very difficult to work against, because how often do you actually practice against a composition like this? It's just a little bit odd. And you do see Money First try to adjust a little bit here and there, but sometimes towards the end of it, after losing things like the bonus round in the second half, it's just a little bit too tough. They managed to climb some rounds back in, playing against the timing of some of these spike plants that Boba has. But once Boba starts to cut noise, pull off some rotates, you see how they control the map, leave some players on a bit of a lurk. It's just so darn strong. And not to mention, we've got players like a Yubi and Baby TZ back in peak performance. You got that confidence flowing through you. So, of course, it does kind of end in a 13-7.
Yeah, those two did start off as duelists and game changers, and it's not surprising. I mean, you could tell who the duelists are when you have no duelists on the team. It's like the kind of surface to the top there. And yeah, Baby TZ really started showing up as chamber. I was a little worried on the defensive side. She was just straight up pushing from defensive side into really odd angles.
Like chamber off.
Yeah, it left her a bit vulnerable sometimes. The timing from the other team was really good. But Boba and their impenetrable post plant made a pretty dominant second half.
Yeah, as soon as they managed to make their way into sight. And I think that's the strangest thing, because you can see that Money First wants to prevent them from doing so. But in some of these positions, the numbers are just way too overwhelming. You do see players like, I believe Macchiato, for example, trying to hold up around A short, and it just doesn't quite work out right outside of lamps. And you're just not quite able to fend off this incoming squad that just pushes all together at once. And especially when they cut noise, it's just that much more confusing. How do you really adjust against that? And that's just what Boba can do. Again, the whole story of how they are this new squad, you've got new players, new ideas coming into the game. Meanwhile, Money First, it's a lot of the same stuff from the last year. It's just with a new player trying to fill in the previous player's shoes. It's still good. It's still good, but you need a little bit more of that adjustment coming in.
I do wonder with this comp from Boba, which we definitely will ask whoever we're interviewing about it. I feel like this can be anti-stratted at some point. This is really like a great surprise, I think, this time around. But I don't know how much it can keep working. I definitely want to like ask them about that too. Do you have any thoughts on that? Do you think this is a viable comp, or this is sort of a like, oh, we just threw our roster together literally last week, so let's. It looks like they kind of randomly select. You know when you're ranked, everyone
randomly select.
Like they kind of like they kind of panic last minute select, and then they're like, oh, actually this is kind of cool. Let's do it. Like, how do you feel about
can't be. I do. It's like just so fun to watch, and it's interesting. It must be really annoying to play against. You go through a teleporter, and then there's that barrier match with the wall from Deadlock right in front of your face outside of showers, and it's just you can't walk through. You have to make noise. You have to shoot. You have to break it down. You have to play Minecraft like Dax says. So it is something that works really well for now. I do think there are some counters to it, perhaps if you play around the map positioning, or like what Dax said also, buy an Odin, maybe? Yeah. That could be something that works out. So, I mean, who knows whether they'll continue to play this composition, but for now, I mean, great job for Boba to start things off.
And I mean, we have to look at Ayumi's stats right there too. As a Deadlock, everyone scoffs at Deadlock, and Ayumi's like, let me Deadlock and show you what's up.
She's the best Deadlock player in the world.
Yeah, in the world right now. That title is yours, Ayumi. You got it. I mean, that was incredible though, and that's exactly what I want to see in Game Changers. What I think 2024 is just a really exciting year for Valorant across the board, whether in Europe Pacific or any region or going into Game Changers. Everyone's trying new things. I think we know what the meta is. We know what all the default plays are. We know how to level up our skill set. Maggie Carp was talking about Alexi. She started off as a silver player. She was a silver in ranked, and now look at Alexi now. She's a monster on Raze. But that's the thing. Everyone has leveled up so much. I think this left a lot of room for people to be creative and try to like big brain this. And speaking of big brain, we got the IGL from Boba Kohaibi ready for an interview. Hello, Kohaibi. It is very nice to see you again. Okay, before anything, I have so many questions, but we don't have a lot of time. I had to ask you about that comp just now. Was that like, whose idea was that? Who's crazy, like, no duelist, triple Senti comp was that?
It's our coach.
Sorry,
Coach?
Who? Coach?
Yeah, it's our coach.
Paul. Okay. What are your thoughts on that comp, like just knowing it's never been done before?
Well, if you think from our perspective, I think it's okay. Because we are defending first,
Okay, yeah. Do you think you'll be using that maybe again? Or is this like a one-off sort of event?
I feel like it depends on the day. Like, maybe.
Okay. And I have to ask about your roster too. Is it true that you guys kind of put together this roster last minute? And, how did you end up coming together?
Just like 1 week before we registered. So we had like no practice. So like every game we just drop out anything and play.
Yeah, well, you're super experienced. You were even competing last year on, the global stage. What are your expectations this year? Since you put this team together last minute, but you experienced it all. Do you think you'll go as far again this year?
Surely. Like if we don't make it this time, we for sure gonna win the next tournament, so it doesn't really matter.
So you have really good expectations for this one. I mean, you guys looked really good, and you might be facing off Zipto. What are any thoughts on facing Zipto?
I mean, like, I basically taught all of them how to play, so.
She's gonna school them.
I think that's gonna be, it's sort of what we were talking about this earlier too. I think that kind of knowledge going into a game against an opponent is gonna be very useful. And I know we're all really excited to see it. Well, thank you so much, Kohaibi, and congratulations on your win today. And I can't wait for your next game.
Thank you.
Wow.
I feel like she's kind of
Sorry, go
hiding like some tricks up her sleeve. Like she's got more plans for the rest of the tournament. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was like a little mischievous expression. Like, I don't want to say too much, but you better watch out, everybody. She's got more stuff up her sleeve. And yeah, they have the same coach. Fall was SMG coach last year. And so that like harebrained, Asian comp was all him. And you know what? I believe like his family does like a lot of cooking. So I see it's like in the genes. He's continuing to cook. Chef Alex.
Big old Chinese wok. Frying over heat.
Best carrot cake in Singapore, by the way. Ask Fall all about it. Yeah, so I hope I don't know, I'm feeling pretty good about the rest of this Game Changers, aren't you?
I think good is an understatement. It's like so spicy right now. And that's the thing, kind of, we were talking about this before we had the interview too, because it's 2024 and this game just doesn't really get stale. It just keeps changing. Game Changers, duh. But I just like, for a while, I kind of feel like, okay, I'm getting used to things now. I know the teams, I know the players, I know the meta. And then it's a new year, and all of a sudden you have brand new things happening. You got a new agent coming through. You got teams like Boba switching things up, new rosters, new compositions being played, and it's just unpredictable.
It's crazy. It's awesome. I love it. I know we all love it. I know the casters love it. We want to see all these changes happening because at the baseline, you still need to be, it's still an FPS. You still need to know how to shoot. But then when you have all these other elements coming into it, I think, Valorant is just looking freaking phenomenal this year. And I like all the ideas that people have. That said, let's find out what's going to be happening tomorrow, what's happening the rest of this week. We got a couple more days to go. So Zipto and Boba will be facing off, of course. And we did have our lower bracket going on the other stream just now. And so we have Aura versus MKS, who was playing earlier today, and Rima versus Money First. So yeah, again, the lowers will be happening tomorrow, and the day after that we'll be seeing uppers again. And I think, you know what, it's really hard to predict. I think Zipto is looking fantastic right now. They're looking so strong, and it still have not dropped any maps yet. But I think, this is looking to be a less predictable year.
Yeah, really. I mean, that's why I said it's spicy. I feel like it comes down to, I mean, if we talk about power rankings, of course, last year it's easy to say SMG's on top, but now that SMG has kind of broken off into this separate arm of its own, and it's grown into a whole new thing. That's the match that we have in the upper bracket a few days later. But can everyone else in their current power ranking positions stay where they are? That's what I'm thinking about, because Money First, still good, right? And you've got Aura, still a familiar team. But can they stay on top? Because, some of these upcoming teams have the chance to knock them down.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, right now, Zipto looks like the dominant queens, but Kohaibi, she's very familiar with the squad, as she said herself. She knows a lot about how they play. So tomorrow, day after tomorrow, is going to be really great. And with that, we are going to close up for today. It's been fantastic being on desk with you once again, Quack. I hope you have a great evening, everyone. It's been good games of Valorant. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.